Hello. Welcome to Adventures in Anthara, session 39. You may notice that Brian and Megan are both over there. That's because they're in the same place. Huzzah. You may also come to notice that I'm doing this. That's because I'm running the OBS that Brian normally runs, and you know what? It's going to be a matrix, which is fine. Anyway, things are happening in this campaign. So, after the investigation, really a day's worth, more or less, of investigation into the attack on the Lycean Consortium and the kidnapping of Hugo Fournoir, the party captured and then assisted in the interrogation of a student, the Rathus Academy, named Cyrus Nichols, who they believed to be part of the attack in some fashion. Turns out he was, and through some interesting choices and actions and roles,
more adjectives.
They slowly broke him down to a point where, after holding off for who knows how many minutes of this interrogation from giving up the name of the person for whom he worked, Faye, played by the lovely Megan, dropped a absolutely fucking insane necrotic shroud in his face and then demanded the name. And in doing so, won a contested fear roll and broke him, at which point he gave them the name Adrexia Greaves. And that's kind of where that wrapped up. And they went on to check out a couple more things, looked at the warehouse where supposedly the group began their attack, or the plan of their attack, drank a little bit, had a night's rest, and then in the morning were contacted by Shadeseer Rylas Tyrael, who had arrived in Olea and shortly met the entire party at the sheath of the Scarlet Swords. They sat down at a table and recounted their findings, ending with Faye, on a slip of paper, which she had written the name Adrexia Greaves, slid it over to Rylas, who looked at it, and as he always is, was writing in the air with his right index finger, stopped, put his hands on the table, took several moments, pushed away, silent, clearly shaken, and said that Adrexia Greaves is the Drycar of Dunamancy in the Archesian Order. And that is where we left off. So, Rylas states that, and then, hands still on the table, still looking at the paper, eyes not off of it yet.
Matt.
Yes.
Do I know what that means for being the Drycar of Dunamancy?
You all, or some of you, and I believe you were involved in the roll, previously rolled for your knowledge of the Archesian Order. And I gave you... Jess rolled well, I think, yes. And I gave you some information on it at the time, which was that it is a order of... largely of arcanists led by a head mage, one for each school of magic, who are called the Drykari, that was founded quite a long time ago and serves in some sort of, like, not particularly political, but upper echelon of society, advising, research. Not too much of the specifics are known. Kind of the vibe that I told you at the time was they almost have like a little bit of an Illuminati feel to them. That's a little bit more conspiracy-y than the Arcesian Order is, but that thing where like you know that there are powerful people involved, and they are involved in a lot, and they pull maybe a lot of the strings of things that happen.
Okay.
So you would know that kind of general vibe, and then you certainly would know, at the very least, that these mages, the Draikari, who head the branches of the order, are without doubt nine of, if not the nine of the strongest mages in on Aanthara. So you would know all of that. Probably you are the only one who knows that much of it. The rest of you, except for Brightwing, might have heard passing things and mostly have like that there's some Illuminati-ish ethereal group of powerful people.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but from my passive insight, I could tell
Neither
that
does
everyone's
Brightwing.
really freaked out.
Yes. Well, certainly you can tell that that Rylas is. Eclipse, I don't know what your reaction would be, but you see severe concern in Rylas.
I think what you'd watch is that she moves the name, and then as soon as it's probably turning, because she's probably now just remembering the name and is rolling it around, but the moment he says the title is probably when she looks about as concerned as he does. That's really bad.
How sure are you that this is reliable information? Looking primarily at you, Faye.
I pulled it straight out of his mind. I don't think he was in a position to lie at that moment.
Was he in a position where his mind could have been compromised in some way to where it mixed things up? Any chance that this is not fact?
There's always a chance that something like this could not be fact. But given the hour that we had grilled him beforehand, and the fact that we were not able to give it up until I scared the absolute piss out of him, I feel fairly confident.
He takes a deep breath. Go ahead.
Posing as her, which
I find that very unlikely.
Yeah.
If somebody was, first of all, they would be a fool. Secondly, she would likely know quickly.
Yeah.
Does she know that we know now?
If he knows how to cast Sending and gets the chance.
He was manacled. I don't believe he has any access to magic at this point, and even so, Inspector Kovac wouldn't allow it.
That's what I mean. If somehow he got the chance.
Do you feel confident in the guard set around him?
I told her to use her most trusted. Her regulars.
For the record, Kovac and the Ivory Guard do not have knowledge of this name.
I would keep it that way. For now. I would keep it that way with regard to any other person you meet.
For their own
This,
safety.
for their safety and yours. Yours primarily. There are a lot of moving parts here, and there is a lot of import to what is happening. But as far as the 5 of you are concerned, I just tell you this for your own good. If
Why did you stop
she...
Does that go somewhere?
Does what go somewhere?
When you write, you've stopped. Who sees it?
Nobody sees it. It saves the information for me for later recall. And I will take some of this down later. But I want to be careful about what I do. He turns to you, Eadwin. Do you trust the other swords here? You're muted. Or at least I can't hear you. Nope, you're definitely muted.
Given the current set of circumstances, I think outside of Lieutenant Merritt and Barrett and Donnie, this needs to be kept perhaps a bit outside of their ears.
I would not mention this name to anyone. He looks at you, Eclipse. I would not mention it to your family. I would not mention it to any of your colleagues. Looking at you, Eadwin. Do you all understand who these Drykari are?
No. I am sorry. But from your concern, I can tell that they are very important people.
He kind of takes a moment, glancing to the side, seeming to think for a second, and then gets up, walks to the door, opens it, looks out into the hallway, closes it, walks back. I'm going to give you the cliff notes, if you will. And he takes the finger that he normally writes with and puts it to his temple. And you see this slight buzz to his finger. And he closes his eyes for a second and then opens them, and his eyes are like not fully white, but clouded over. And he begins to speak in a way that almost sounds like he's reading.
Cool. That's really cool.
The Archesian Order was founded 360 years ago as part of the Trivanian Accord. Do you understand what that is?
Do I? Probably not.
The Accord was a treaty made between the three realms, Kathos, Vordon, and Sildari, to end the Crucible War. I imagine you need that as well. War that lasted 16 years at the tail of the 29th century PR between all three of the realms in a mixed conflict. The Order was and is delineated into 9 branches, one for each of the schools of magic, led by 9 of the realm's most powerful mages. It was formed as the arcane check and balance to the political power of the Trivanian Council. Though, when it comes to the balance of power, the combined arcane strength of the 9 Drykari could quite easily level a city or destroy a small army. That said, their purpose and their drive has never been warfare. They are advisors, historians, researchers. They wield political and intellectual influence at or above the level of any one realm's rulers. It was founded to be a unified force of learning, of knowledge, meant to support and link the three realms of the Accord through shared memory and discovery. In the centuries since, they have become less public over time. Very little is known about the current Drakari beyond their names. Their whereabouts, the focus of their studies, even their involvement in the continued engine of the Accord and the Council, are all veiled beyond seclusion and solitude. The Nine, and I will send these all to you in chat after I read them, so don't worry about writing them down. Brand Vidarson is a dwarf. He is a Drycar of Abjuration. Valexandel Geiger is a gnome. He is a Drycar of Conjuration. Pakana Kinar Tabaxi, Drycar of Divination. Adrexia Greaves is a name you now know. Tiefling, Drycar of Dunamancy. Joser Ebo, Dragonborn. She's a Drycar of Enchantment. Katarina Delmirev, Elf, Drycar of Evocation. Orion Marquez. Some believe race is unknown. He typically presents as a water genasi by most accounts. But he's the Drycar of Illusion, and it is believed that there are accounts of him appearing as other races, or accounts of someone believed to be him, but through illusion magic, a race that can change themselves. It's not known. Radoslav Kolsk, Ardkel, Drycar of Necromancy, and Tenin Symphonis, Azamar, Drycar of Transmutation.
Can I get that last one? I kind of want to highlight that one.
They're all in the chat.
Thank you.
I cannot stress enough, though I have already, that the power of any one of these individuals would far exceed the combined power of your whole group. And if she's not working alone in this, then the combined power that she has could be devastating if wielded in the wrong direction.
Has it always been these people?
No, it's been several hundred years. They've changed.
Oh, alright.
Typically, as far as we understand, the successors for each are chosen by those who remain when a successor is needed.
You mentioned that they are secluded and their whereabouts are unknown. Does that mean that they have no permanent base of operations?
His finger is removed at this point. Once he finished naming the names, he took it away and his eyes returned to normal. We have theories at the wind, but theories alone, I imagine that they do. Perhaps pockets of them do, and certainly they have individual homes, laboratories, towers, but they are not public figures. They would draw far too much attention, I imagine, for their liking. They have always been somewhat shrouded, even when they were more directly involved in the political doings. Do any of you have any access to some means of avoiding prying arcane eyes?
Hold, please.
That would be my first priority if I were you. Keeping this Nichols silent is obviously paramount, but if something happens, and someone of that power were to find out who you were and that you knew secrets about them that they did not wish known, they would not have difficulty finding you, as I'm sure you understand.
If we did get something like that, for even just one of us, and they did pry on another one of us, would they still be able to see that person?
Depends on what it is. My understanding of Arcana is not exhaustive, but I believe there are some things that could do that.
Might detect magic does that, but it only lasts for 10 minutes. But I can see whoever is being scryed on, not just my own. Any
Who here is...
presence of magic.
Sorry.
Sorry, continue.
Who here is proficient in Arcana? Okay. Faye and Eclipse, I will have you roll an
Oh, I'm
Arcana
not.
check. I know.
Okay. I was like, alright, cool. Let's just. That's really bad. It's an 8.
It's a natural one, man.
8. Okay.
Yeah, we ain't finding that out at all.
Neither of you is struck by anything at the moment.
I mean, we did get supplies from the swords.
We're also in a city of wizards, right? They shouldn't be too hard to find as an item.
Perhaps not, though. My understanding is that it would be quite expensive.
Yeah.
Finding someone that would be willing to loan you one, perhaps. Someone who has had use of this or something like it, but doesn't need it now. Someone you can offer a favor. I don't know if it'll be easy for you to acquire one otherwise.
I know I just rolled shit on Arcana, Matt, but would I know if my dad would have something like that? Given his recent bouts of paranoia? Like, I know we found a secret stash, but we didn't find anything like that in there. I'm guessing he would still have it on him, if anything, but...
I will say with that specific question, roll a history check.
Did he have a stash in the house?
He might. Let's fucking find out. 21.
21.
21.
Okay. You don't know of anything from prior to this mission because the paranoia was rather recent.
Yeah.
But when you came back, you now remember. And you only get that check because you specifically asked this question, that he mentioned that his office was being warded
Okay.
in his concern, and that he felt confident in it. So it's possible that he had something either there or on his person. You guys didn't find anything initially, but it's possible that it was hidden elsewhere. You just didn't notice.
We need to go back to the office. I think my dad might have had something there. Or at the very least, we can check. Something that we could take with us, something that could help.
Can I already cast Detect Magic, but I'm assuming it's been over 10 minutes since I cast it.
Yeah, it has been.
You had said in the original setup with Rogar before the assassination that he was pushing for sanctions on magic use. Would Jakari be upset by this? Or would they be unaffected?
It's perhaps difficult to say. I don't pretend to know their agendas, if they have them. He wanted magic to be more carefully regulated. There are obviously dangers that can be attached to it, as well as positives. And he felt it was not carefully controlled, at least not enough as he felt important, and many agreed with him. There was quite a movement about it.
Is it
They
to assume that Cyrus's research on it was enough to push somebody such as the Drycar of Dunamancy to intervene?
How do you mean with Cyrus?
Well, Cyrus was speaking of spreading the availability of magic, awakening it in those that are not capable to naturally acquire or utilize it.
I don't know how that might interest or deter the Drykari. I don't imagine that it would have gone over well with Rogar.
But if the will of the Drykari was also the will of Cyrus, by extension, that would be a direct effect, would it not?
Possibly, but remember this, and remember it well. One Drykar's actions do not necessarily reflect the wills or actions of the entire Archesian Order. I would be... Well, in fairness, I'm shocked regardless, but I would be incredibly shocked if all of the Order was involved in something like this. It's much more likely that Greaves has gone rogue in some way.
Is the Order a good thing? They do good deeds for people, or is it more selfish intention and power?
I suppose it depends on who you ask, Brightwing. People of that level of power and influence, it is rare that someone doesn't disagree with them, and it is rare that they can hold that kind of power for that long without... Well, I won't use the word corruption, but they're not always the most...
Selfless?
yes.
I see. Is
Again,
there
I don't
one that
pretend to
most people trust?
Not enough people know enough of any of them, from at least as far as I know. Someone, I'm sure, knows them on personal levels, but not that I have record of. Again, they've been very secretive. Perhaps secretive is too aggressive a word. Secluded. Outside of the public eye.
Well, so are my people, so I understand that.
If the Drakari as a whole can level a city, how powerful is one by themselves? Can the other 8 potentially intervene if it came to that?
Or would they?
Or would they?
That was a number of questions. To the first, certainly if Greaves or any one of the Drakkar knew that someone like Cyrus had crossed them, a handful of guards would not be enough to stop them. By a lot. A barracks of guards might be enough to stop them.
What if we weren't
Might
wanting
be.
them to?
As far as the rest of the Drakkari, if one was rogue and the others found out about it, and there was danger, I imagine they would step in, yes. They would know that they would be the most capable of doing something like that. But, and he gives you like a hard, probing look. I would not consider speaking or finding any of the others and putting this before them. If there are alliances between Greaves and another Drakkar, that could be the end of, well, all of you at the very least.
Well, it's their problem at this point. If they can't keep each other in line, there's no reason we need to get involved.
No, but I don't imagine that any of them know.
That's what I mean. They could find out on their own once it's over.
Well,
Possibly.
what is the next step? This seems like a very big jump.
I don't know what it is for you all. That was actually going to be my next question. I can tell you that I will be taking this back to the Wind and having a very small, select group of conversations. And given my purview, it is likely that I will be assigned in some way to gather information on this quietly.
Well, Silas also said that the automatons were under his master's orders too, so she declared assassinations on those very important people.
Possibly, but possibly not. Our understanding of the Umber Blade and the Iron Hand is that they are mercenaries for hire, more or less. The things could be unrelated, though, and he looks back at Yasnit, to your point, that would be rather coincidental. There are a lot of threads that are at least parallel here. Whether they connect or not, that is likely where my path leads.
It sounds like we need something that ties this a little bit more firmly. Something that can be directed straight to whoever's involved. We know that Umberblade and Iron Hand are left out the northeast gate of Olea.
Have you looked for any sign of them?
Ivory Guard is looking. We looked
Alright.
at a warehouse that they may have gone to originally, but it was dry. It was just a way to get out.
Do you
From
intend
what
to
I
follow them?
understand, all the major cities know to look for them.
That is true. Do you intend to follow them?
Yes.
He gives you a look eclipse that's like acknowledgement. Not necessarily support or the opposite, but just like a clear understanding of your answer and why.
I don't speak for everyone, but I will.
Yes, Faye.
Based on the direction from which they left and the direction they were seen going, I have a mind to think they may be headed back to Ilmara. That's where you've just come from, yes?
Yes, it is possible, though taking a busy primary highway like that with the cargo they have would be risky at best.
How did you get here so quickly?
I have connections.
Or are we not connected?
Where are you trying to go?
Potentially back to Ilmara. If that is where they're headed, we could intercept.
I could see about authorizing the use of a circle for you. It is not common for civilians, if you don't mind me using that term. Not that all of you necessarily are. And he glances at you, Edwin.
Do you have the ability to see people from farther distances? Or know anybody that is able to?
You mean scrying?
If that's what it's called.
I certainly don't. There are many Arcanists who do. I imagine the Academy is rife with them.
What if we tried to look at Hugo?
Well, wouldn't the Ivory Guard try to track someone down to do this for them? If they were looking for someone?
They likely don't have the capabilities themselves. It's something they could probably ask about. I will say this. If Adrexia Greaves is involved, and given what you told me of the arcane armory that these assassins came with, I would venture a guess that they have something to prevent eyes, like I've suggested you acquire. Especially if they plan to travel over distance with Mr. Benoît in their custody. It's worth a try, by every means, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Well, the only lead that you had prior to this for Umber-laden Iron Hand was the Brennison mob, was it not?
There was potential connection there. I've explored that thread a good amount and found nothing concrete. They are well organized and good at keeping themselves off the books, as mobs typically are. If they are going to Ilmara, your suggestion to get ahead of it is certainly the most ideal. But we would need to know that first, because if they're not, and they're going in a completely different direction, and you lose a possible trail by chasing a wild goose, then your father may fall into a void.
Has there been any traces of the other missing children?
No. And among the many impacts that this revelation about Greaves causes, perhaps one of the most relevant is that this operation, whatever it is not being carried out by a band of mindless creatures, or even a pair of, what did you describe them as on the road?
Merchants?
Whoever they were.
Really, Meg?
merchant farmers. This is, if it's being orchestrated by a dry car, it is not going to be easy to foil. There are not going to be kids popping up. I don't mean to darken the outlook, but
Well, I just find it very interesting that if the Daikar was targeting the Koea, they clearly don't know what the Koean ways are. The person they targeted is no longer a child. When they are shifted, they are of age. They were truly trying to look at children, they would have to go with an Osai, an unshifted. But I don't know if they would really care.
do you know how recently this Korean went through this shift that you speak of?
In the few months after I left,
So very recently.
yes. But from her paper, I have never met her. She got a very powerful beast as her Goyakia, and they took note of it.
I don't pretend to understand your people very well, nor do I understand the motives of the actors behind this plot, but perhaps that shift and the acquisition of the power that it brings is interesting for the experiments or for study.
That is even more concerning.
Your people are unique in that. I imagine it is an intriguing aspect. You said the god is looking for a trail, correct?
Yeah. They're doing their best.
I would make sure to keep an ear to that. If one is picked up, you need to know, and I would like to know which direction it's headed, and we can act from there. I do not mean to leave you in the lurch, but this is not something I can sit on. I would like to get back immediately.
If we find that there is evidence of them going to Elmara, can you at least give us some sort of connection, as it was, access to the teleportation circle, so that if we had to get there quickly, we'd be able to?
It's a process I can start when I return. It's something I would need to get through the Shaded Wind. We have access to circles across Kathos and beyond. And you are somewhat in our employ. And he points at the bag of coin, technically, officially now. I will contact you when I know more, and I would ask that you contact me if you find the assassins or their trail.
Right. We'll save the resources.
Again. And he takes the piece of paper and holds it up. One of you should burn this. Throws it back down on the table.
Yeah.
And
That's
the
what I was
name
gonna aid with.
should not be spoken outside of this room.
It will not.
Should we come up with a code name?
No.
Alright.
I would avoid it. Speaking of any connection to her, as much as possible.
We'll focus on the assassins for now. That's public enough information.
Before you leave, Rylas, we wanted to run something by you. I'll pull out the stone. We found another of these symbols. Cyrus had it.
You show him the symbol?
I'll show him the stone.
Okay.
This is 3 now.
Hmm.
I was thinking we could maybe try to do research on these symbols while we are at the conservatory, but I don't know if we'll find anything.
You had said that Mr. Fenoir had done some as well, correct?
Yes.
And had theories, but nothing conclusive.
Nothing that would link anything besides businesses.
But we can go through the papers a little more thoroughly.
Yes.
He, for the first time since stopping, you give the stone to him, or you just set it out on the table?
I'm not gonna give it over. I mean, like, he can look at it, but the implication is that we keep it.
He just reaches out then with the finger and traces in the air right in front of it. I will look into what I can.
I don't have my physical notes. Did we gave him the symbols, the other 2, right? When we were in Ilmara.
I mean, I can bring out the paperwork that has the other one on it.
I'll
Let's do.
give the ring that has the 3rd on it.
Okay. Do you have it on you right now? Okay. And you are still unwilling to tell me how you acquired this.
It was on a sky ship. Crash landed outside of Tristane. Was heading to Pierce here. It was among the wreckage.
He gives you a decently long, probing, as he often does, look. Were you on the ship, or did you find it after it crashed?
I was on it.
And you know nothing more of it, or where it came from, or where it was going?
The captain of the Clouded Dawn never gave us additional information about cargo. We were deviated because of a storm. We were attacked by bandits in the sky, riding giant... I don't know what. They attacked the Skyblades, and down we turned.
Can I do an insight check on this?
Sure.
Okay.
Roll an insight check.
I trust Brian, but
Brian, you can roll a d20 and add whatever you feel is appropriate.
okay.
Brightwing.
Dirty 20.
You've seen a lot of times where Yaznip, when he goes through things, his eyes move a lot, grabbing different memories at a time. This is straight, dead on, looking him straight in the eye.
All right. He takes the ring.
It's
I'll look
not
into it.
magical. Right wing checked.
Understood.
I did.
I would wish you luck, but I think you're going to need a lot more than that. So I'll just say trust in yourselves. And he kind of looks around at each of you slowly, doing the Rylas thing where he seems to be reading you.
I think when he
And
says to trust yourself, Eclipse is gonna visibly shrink in on herself. It's nothing major, but it's definitely a.
okay. He probably lingers on you the longest as he looks around. And as he does, I would say Brightwing and Eclipse, you hear a shuffling outside the door. And you see Rylas immediately look over.
I'm up at the door.
He is too.
Yeah.
And he counts down from 3, opens the door. And you see, sitting like on its haunches with its feet spread forward, front paws down between the front feet, just on its butt, looking up, a small badger with a slight glow and a
Oh.
roll of what looks like a roll of parchment tied on its neck.
It's a friend. I'm gonna take it.
Right, immediately goes and pets the
Are
badger.
you sure it's not a spy?
I know what it is, right?
Yes, you
Yeah.
have definitely seen this badger many times.
Either someone's playing a really sick trick. But no, I know what it is. I'm gonna open up the paper.
You take the paper off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give him
You
little
s-
screeches.
Yeah. He kind of like
Yeah.
purr growls. You see a small tag almost tied to it as well that says
Okay.
Yosnip, attention, Yosnip, parentheses, surname unknown, close parentheses.
Okay.
And a seal on it in like a light purplish wax with the initials RAB.
Okay. Once I notice it's his name on it, I'm not gonna open it. I'm just gonna take it.
Okay.
Good job, buddy. Does it hang out or does it leave right after?
Once you take it, it cocks its head slightly and then rolls over and walks away.
Oh, man. I'll watch it. Just like,
Yep, it just big butt waddles away.
Goodbye.
she's wobbling stuff. Alright. Yeah, we're good. Let's go back.
Rylas watches it go and then looks down at it, at you, at Yosnip.
I'm gonna hand this to Yosnip specifically.
You're a curious lot.
It's my
I'll
old
talk
friend.
to you soon. Fair enough.
Good luck.
And Rylas leaves.
From Remy.
Hmm.
For you. At least it's got your name on it, so I didn't want to pry.
Thank you. I'll open it.
Do you open it to yourself or on the table?
It's just like,
Brandon, we to kick your
To
ass.
myself.
yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Oh my god! You're going to die tomorrow! Wow, that's so crazy!
Yasip's full of secrets. his whole character.
Please hold. My computer is slow right now. Boop.
Megan, take a screenshot. Take a screenshot.
I don't know how to do that on this phone.
It's the power button and the down button, I think, on the volume. Just do it. At the same time.
Send it to yourself. Send it to yourself.
Quick, hijack it! Hijack it!
Take a picture.
Just do it! Reach from behind! Just do it! Just do it!
I should have done something wrong.
I like to think this is happening in character in real time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to see something. No!
Faye
No!
takes out her cell phone to try
Yes.
to take a picture of the letter.
It's a tone
Yeah.
spell, be
Fantasy
real.
cell phone. Fantasy
Yeah.
cell phone.
It's a tone
Did
spell.
Rylas leave the stone in the ring?
Yeah. Oh, not the ring. He gave. You never gave him the stone, so he left the stone with you. But the ring,
He took the
Yasnip
ring?
gave to him. Yeah, Yasnip
Oh.
gave it to him.
Yeah, Brian, were you giving that to him, or was he supposed to just look at it?
Oh, it's just to look at it.
Oh, he took
Yeah, that's what I
Oh.
mean. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
then
think
he would have
had
left
the
it.
intention
Yeah,
that- yeah.
Okay, he left it.
But I think he made the design of it.
right?
He took note of it, I think.
Oh, I can't read that.
Well, it doesn't sound like Brian's gonna read it to you, so good luck.
He made a no
It's
face.
so long.
It's so scripty.
Oh, hell yeah.
Dang.
love
Holly
every
wrote
second
every
of it.
single
It's beautiful.
every single one of those words, and you know it.
Oh, yeah. We don't have a shit in this house.
God damn it, Holly.
Holly, smile. Writing smile. But yeah, I think while he's looking through it, I'm just gonna look at everybody. I don't know. I don't know.
Is
We could
it
go.
just me, or do we
wander.
have absolutely nothing to work with?
I mean, we could go wander, see if they
Well-
ducked into some shit and got away off the main road. But
I'm gonna count the money.
go for it.
Priorities.
You
Yeah, I can go
have
for it.
As
25 platinum.
Okay. I keep forgetting platinum is not hundreds of stuff. It's not
Did you get to keep the money that we got from Cyrus?
Shit, for us for it back.
Well,
It's in
that
my
bitch
note.
don't need it no more. Fuck him.
No.
fine.
He's lucky
Um,
we're not raiding his damn house right now. I'm gonna be honest.
we haven't done that, but I
The
doubt.
Ivory Guard
That
is
is
probably
an option.
raiding
The Ivory
us.
Guard is probably.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, we could.
I
I was
mean,
going
I
to
feel-
on my way home, but I considered against it.
This is Leah talking out loud, but I feel like Jess kind of had two tracks where we go back and search the office to see if we can find any more of that work.
Yeah,
or
we absolutely need to go back to.
and
his
then
office.
I feel like another group needs to go to the road and see if they can find a trail and like see if there's something in that regard.
So he wants
But-
to party.
I
Split
don't. I
the
just I not necessarily split the
So-
party, but I feel like those are two objectives that we can get done today.
I think searching the office should be the priority in case somebody caught wind of that right now.
Yeah.
Just in case. And again, I don't think we're gonna find the item necessarily, and if we do, Faye is going to wear it.
Huh?
Because
Oh.
she's the one that we need to keep hidden the most.
Eclipse.
So
Remy sends her love. Asks you to make sure that you water Edgeworth twice daily.
We water him
Uh,
at all.
I don't
just
know.
gonna put it on
Have
the
you?
table. Just
Honestly, I
water
highly
skin.
doubt it given Eclipse's current state.
Yeah.
Okay,
know.
we did it. We were plant keeping this morning with her mother, so I feel like we did do it this morning. Because we were.
Would I? I don't fucking think I would have. I'd have been like, oh god.
Oh yeah,
I'm just
honestly, I
dumping
think that would
someone
be
here."
more Brightwing if you noticed and said something. Probably, I doubt Eclipse would have watered.
No,
it.
my
Okay.
brain is not here.
Right, we would have reminded you.
And with a
Top
very
priorities.
satisfied with himself grin, will place the letter on the table for anybody else that wants to read.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Now. Give it.
Does someone want to just read it out loud?
If you're okay with me reading it aloud,
Oh, yeah.
or do you want to read it aloud?
You can read it.
Okay.
Be dramatic with it. Be a bard.
Well, I have to do it in Remy's voice.
Of
True.
course.
I recently returned to my study to find your magically conjured owls patiently waiting by my doorstep. After a brief consultation with the Arca identification apparatus, the magic of these owls very closely resembled the wispy yet electric silver and blue lines that I found previously unique to yourself. Anyway, I invited the owls inside and gave them some seeds and water, and they delivered a basket to me that they had brought with them. And inside the basket, there were many, many apples. I have to say, I was impressed by the creativity you employed while preparing them, and I appreciated your attempt at applying the technique I showed you. However, I do have a few more pointers to maximize time efficiency and minimize apple waste. You simply need to take the solar diameter theorem and alter it slightly to work on a slightly smaller scale, and then factor in the average mass and dispersation of seeds inside an apple. Then you just place it along. Oh my god. Megan is struggling.
Logarithmic.
Logarithmic arc determined by the circumference. Hope that helps clear things up. Also, for future reference, you can make sure that the fruit doesn't dry out during transportation by analyzing the relationship between temperature, wind speed, and thickness of the apple slices. According to the mages J. McGee and C. Wilkinson, you can calculate this by using the formula.
You cited your sources.
We do not half-ass a single damn thing.
Whereas the drying rate V is the superficial air velocity, and the J is the temperature. And as always, you can keep them fresh longer by squeezing some lemon juice on them. I have to say, I was confused and a little concerned by the gold I found when I bit into one of the apples during a midnight snack. I can only infer that your owl companions were enamored by the glint of the metal and stole them. Or that you, for some reason, put them in the apples yourself. Although that wouldn't make much sense because, frankly, that would be a very strange way to send money. I'll have it waiting for you when you come to visit again. I hope your part of the investigation is going well and that you find Hugo safely. Please give Eclipse my love and make sure that you water Edgeworth twice daily. Sincerely, Remelia Bellwhittle.
Wow.
Something.
I'm disappointed there's no reference page, but still 10 out of 10. 100 out of 10.
The font was killer.
Is this handwritten?
It's kind
As
of
far as you know.
It looks like it, yeah.
No, I mean, like, is this legitimately handwritten? It looks handwritten.
Yeah,
What do you
because
mean? Remy wrote it with her hand and sent it to you.
There's scuffs on it. Yeah, it's scanned. Unless you did a really good job photoshopping scuffs of it on the paper, which
Beautiful.
you know.
That's too.
You can tell it's been 15 years since I've had to read cursive consistently.
Yeah, for real.
Man,
Facts.
they don't do it like they used to, man.
Mm-mm.
I will set the letter down and then separate 5 stacks of 5 platinum pieces.
Okay.
I'll take 4.
Why?
Some for the party fund, right?
Oh,
Right.
That's true.
Yeah, actually, I'll take 4 as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Put that in.
In the party fund,
Oh no, I've got.
we have 32 gold and 45 silver, so 2 more platinum.
Well, I have Cyrus's money.
Oh, you gonna put that all in there?
Put that in the
Or-
party fund. That
You wanna-
bitch can fund our revival next time. He fucked it up the
Sure.
first time. Hate this man.
Alright. Gosh, math. Okay.
How much more do we need to have enough to buy another diamond?
They're 300. It's 300 gold's worth.
Right. How much do we have in the party fund right now?
We have 32 gold and 45 silver.
Who made Brightwing the financier of this
Well, I'm
outfit?
asking Leah.
was
Like
trying.
that's yeah. It's
It's fine. Leah.
okay.
Leah's
So we have
great.
32. Okay, I've
You
got.
told me to put it in the pocket knife, and Brightwing's in charge of the pocket knife.
I've got. Yeah, I imagine this would be like a group thing. Like we would all kind of
Yes.
sort this out
Brightwing-
together. But it's
Brightwing
just
just-
because this is the inventory you have.
Brightwing just opens it.
Okay, Brightwing's
Leah's
just
the one that
inventory
takes
I
care
manager.
of it.
have.
Brightwing just opens
I
it.
have 80 gold on me right now total with the platinum.
Okay.
With the platinum.
With the
From
platinum.
Cyrus. So, Leah, if you would like, if everyone is willing to
Yes.
contribute one of our individual platinums to the party fund,
Okay.
if you'd
Yes,
like to add those 5
50.
5. Okay.
separately.
5.
So that'd be another 50 gold, right?
Platinum.
Just so I have the math right. Okay.
I think.
I'm doing this as a custom item, so it's just in the notes for it. So
I would just mark it in
FYI.
gold, honestly, but we'll cross that bridge when we
Yeah,
get there.
that's. I'll show you what it looks like.
Yeah.
Separately
It's
To make it easier.
from Cyrus, an additional 4 platinum, 64 gold, and 15 silver. I think diamonds are important, but perhaps also a few potions. I don't know if we've got any of those left.
How much gold? Can you say the gold and silver again?
64 gold.
Okay. And
So
silver?
14 silver?
15.
15.
Yeah.
15 silver.
After Faye puts the note back down, Yasnip will pick it up and fold it up very carefully, and just hold on to it.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm just gonna add it all together instead of separate out which one's Cyrus, because frickin'
No, it's ours now.
No, yeah.
I was just doing the math on that. Okay.
And we had
32.
32 to start.
Yeah.
Should be.
We're at 160 gold.
So where
Um,
are we? What are we doing now?
We need to go back to my dad's office.
9.
We need to
Do-
see if he had anything.
Do we need to ask Inspector Kovac to find out what that symbol means? That was on the rock?
I assume. I mean, I wrote it down on an inventory list that I gave her. I'm assuming she's got someone looking into it, but perhaps your people, Eclipse, might have a bit more knowledge. I guess your dad was the one doing the research, but
He was the one doing the research, and honestly, given what happened with Cyrus, I don't trust anybody at that place right now.
no, it's fair.
Well, the Lyceum isn't attached to the Arathis Academy, right? He would just happen to be there?
This all took place at the Lyceum Consortium.
Well, the abduction, yes. But he was enrolled in the Arathis Academy.
Cyrus was.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have worry of the Lyceum Consortium specifically, Eclipse?
No. I have concerns of anyone that's been using it for its resources, which is every student in the school at this point. If one person,
The University Bookstore.
so. Again, it's not a seek and destroy concern, it's just if he got sucked into it, I don't know who else possibly could have been. So, I don't want to be flashing that around to anybody else right now. But I think we should go back and thoroughly check because we were focused on the crime scene specifically, rather than the warding itself.
Perhaps a good time to go through the notes also while we're there.
If the wards are up, yeah, that would help too. I don't know how much they dispelled when they broke in. So,
You could ask about an item that would prevent magical detection. I don't know who would have something like that, but like I said, this is the city of lizards. Someone's surely capable of how to create them.
does anybody know what school of magic in particular that kind of thing is?
You gave me 9 guesses, I might.
I probably could too.
I-
One of them's not Dunamancy.
I think
Well,
the protection is usually abjuration.
yes, I have a
Would be-
spell that I cannot currently do because I do not have the components for it, but it is a ward-like object, and that is Abjuration magic.
Well, I mean, there's that, and also the act of spying on someone with magical means. Is that under a different category, or is
That
that
would
under
be
the same?
divination.
Okay, so we can either find the expert of whatever you said, and the other one, and see if we can find between the two of them if somebody's got that.
I guess, do we want to try to aid the Ivory God in tracking outside the Northeast Gate?
I would like to do that after. But if Rylas was very serious about us hiding from prying eyes, I would like to make that a priority. Specifically for Faye's safety.
The benefit is that Umberblade and Ironhand didn't see me. Cyrus saw me, but he's in magical shackles right now, so there is risk.
Well,
I agree with erring on the side of caution, but
You are the outlier.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that blight hag had drawings of us.
yeah. And there were the eyes throughout the woods on the way up there, so this has been going on for a long time. I'm sure they know about us one way or another. But if we're gonna get the drop on them, we gotta be careful.
I've got one idea that might just... Well, it wouldn't help with magic, but it would help with being seen about the city. But we could always cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah.
I'm quite handy at stage makeup. I could be someone else fairly quickly if I needed to be.
It's a solid idea. I'm afraid I can't do the same, but
We could
that is what it is.
change the pattern.
That brings up a good point. Eclipse, if we are looking, you have been in Lycian Consortium garb for some time. Do you think it best to still be able to be spotted in that? Was a change of wardrobe a good idea?
Yeah, you're right. I'm not on my mission anymore, so there's no need for it to be that important. I
But
can
it's
bring
important too.
something else to identify.
We could go shopping.
Okay,
I mean,
let's
let me
slow
push
down on that one.
I could make you something custom. Just tell me what you'd like.
And she just disassociates for a second at the fucking thought of it. One thing at a time. Before we leave for sure. Let's head that way. If I think of something, I'll definitely let you know.
Do we all need to be in disguise?
It's not a terrible idea. We'll figure that out when we get there.
It's safe to assume that Umberblade and Ironhand had seen us, at least in some capacity.
Yeah.
If they were the ones that were skulking about a few days before,
Yeah.
I have this cloak I bought. She puts it on.
How does it look?
It doesn't really
What
do
is
a lot. It doesn't, the feathers still stick out, and it's not
What
so
color
made.
is it?
It was the one that I bought, like the very first thing I did in the game,
that
all the way in
Brightwing
Tristan. The Brightwing bot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. So you would have to. It was a simple cloak from a shop that wasn't made for a shifter. So you would. That would be up to you.
It's probably a little small and a little not travel ready. Like more of a going out for a walk to the market and back, but not necessarily like hiking in rough environments, things like that.
Well, either way, we'll figure it out. Having disguises wouldn't be a bad idea, especially if we start investigating in more shady areas.
Well, just the things that people notice. So, like, if you were to describe our group in general, you would say a tall tiefling man, a very large man in armor with fiery red hair, a tabaxi woman wearing armor, dressed as a, but those are things that can be changed.
Yeah. I mean,
Those are fly under the radar.
I did get new armor.
Armor.
Yeah. I think that could work. I don't know
In
what we're gonna
fact-
do about Adwin.
Would you have donned that armor this morning, Eclipse?
Yeah. I
Okay.
switched over to it for sure.
Okay.
Maybe a hat.
For
For
Adwin?
Adwin?
Yeah. That could
I'm
work.
not wearing a fucking hat.
What? Come on.
at least a headband.
Look,
And I
Okay, but like, I have a serious question. Does it
In his hair.
burn off if you wear it? Like, what happens?
You want to find out?
Yes.
Yes.
I should have anticipated that.
DM? Help!
You have described some coloration changes when you cast spells. I don't think it's that your hair is catching fire.
Right.
So no, I don't think your hat would catch fire.
I'm gonna
That wouldn't catch
jokingly
fire.
take out like I don't know, like I guess part of the tent. I'm just gonna like flop it over his head. Watch what happens.
You trade me in an entire tent?
Just some of it, just kind of like meh. I want to see what happens. I gotta know.
I cast Produce Flame.
Son of a bitch! Guys, we need a new tent.
Control flames.
Right around this time, you hear a rap on the door, and it opens, and Indani peers her head in to see Aedwin half covered in the tent.
Science experiment. I'm gonna roll it back up. Put it away.
Huh.
There's
That
a fire. We were trying to put it out.
listen, I don't care about your business. That badger that I let in because I had Yasnip's name, that was all okay, right?
Yes.
Nothing I need to worry about.
Yeah. We're
Okay.
good. Thank you.
You all keep doing your thing. She walks away.
Save me, please.
Nope.
Okay, but what if we
Fuck
put you
you.
in the bag of washing? What happens?
Does it come out like?
Does it go out then?
colored?
Can you use this to wash your hair? Guys, we didn't test that yet.
Oh my
I
god.
volunteered.
Okay,
We
okay,
have
okay,
tested
okay, okay,
that
okay.
it can wash faces, so it can wash hair too.
No, we gotta find out.
Oh
Faye, you wanna?
my god.
Don't
I'm just gonna like. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You know when you like wrap your hair in a towel?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna tie it so that it's on like the end, or at least like around your head where all the hair is. It's gonna like tighten it, and then just like okay, now I guess just shake your head and see what happens.
Matt, you have an opportunity right now to give Faye a buzz cut.
So you tied it around like a ponytail?
No. So it's like
Thing?
it's like to get it
Do
to
you?
be
Oh.
around her head enough
like a
so it's
towel?
covering all
It's-
of her hair. Yeah, exactly.
The
Like
hair is inside.
yeah,
You're doing
Okay,
a towel. When you're drying
You
your hair in a towel.
feel
yeah.
your hair as if it is in a hurricane.
Oh.
There is wind, there is liquid, there you swear there's some suds going on.
This is the best.
And then
Like, I might need
You-
to order more often.
you feel a flash of heat
Oh,
and
no.
everything
Oh,
stops.
It's a washer and dryer. Nice.
Dude, it's a full okay. So I'll just
Hold the cinch and pull it
yeah, I'll
off.
kind of
Okay,
It's gone.
so you know, I'm going a little bit on a limb here. Someone correct me who's actually been to these places, but at the hair
the
salons,
salons. Yeah.
when they
The
have
big,
like when they
like-
go sit under those things, I feel
Yeah.
like the hair gets like super frizzy and like sticks up everywhere. What, with the little
It's-
foil.
Yeah, but
Is it
that's
the
when you're
foil?
trying to dry
Foil?
for like highlights.
Yeah.
The the heat makes the bleach process faster.
Yeah.
That's the only
Okay.
purpose of that.
Whatever would cause the hair to just be a massive like poof.
Probably like getting shook aggressively by a towel,
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
anything.
It is
Static
it is-
electricity.
yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like it's going in every which direction. It's Hermione Granger up in here.
She takes
But-
it off. She's just
It's clean.
Probably smells better than you've. Well, you probably keep your hair smelling pretty nice because you're
Yeah.
Fae. It smells perfumeless. It smells like nothing but clean hair.
I mean, it worked. I think that worked. Yeah.
It looks terrible, for the record.
Yeah. It's clean. You know.
Just
Oh.
like, oh.
I'm gonna
Yep.
try and like tame it and try to like put it into a braid, at least for the day,
Okay.
to try and like.
Okay.
Cool.
You get it
Okay.
somewhat under control.
Some hair oil.
Yeah. Brightwing's very good at braiding.
Mm-hmm.
She's really good at it.
Okay, curiosity out of the way. We'll try it on Ado next time. Moving on. What do you think? I'm gonna do it? I'm not gonna do it. It's not gonna work on me. We should go.
Her hair is this long.
Where are you going?
Yeah, but sometimes it just lays down, so it could.
She can do that by herself.
I'd do it. I frizzle up.
Yep.
To the office.
Okay.
If
to Hugo's
nobody
office.
else cares about doing it.
Okay.
How long has it been since I
Yeah.
dropped off the thing at the blacksmith?
You did that like 10 a.m. when you woke up. It's been maybe an hour.
Okay, he's not done.
No.
It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, he said probably later in the day.
I don't know.
If
Yasmin,
things go
how
well.
long ago was it that you dropped it off?
Yeah, facts. It was 56 minutes ago, exactly.
Oh my god, when you set timers, is there like a little notch on the watch that you can do so you just track how many times it like...
No.
Damn it.
It's
We
not
gotta
that.
add that on. That's next time. Yeah. we
All of
gotta
us,
work on
it's
that.
like an Apple Watch alarm, and all of a sudden, like 4 hours later, we just hear.
Yeah, you start shaking.
Okay, you guys start making your way towards the Lycean Consortium.
Yes.
About like 3/4 of the way there, so as you're getting close, you see a member of the Ivory Guard that's walking, casing the area basically, and they see you. It looks to be an Ardkel woman. She comes up to you. You're the Twilight Heralds. Is that correct? Inspector Kovac had a message for you. Meeting her at the office when you get a chance at the keep. They found some trail and yeah, I think that was it.
Thank
We
you.
solved one of the concerns.
Yeah. Guess we can head there
Okay.
after.
She leaves. All right, you go to the consortium.
Mhm.
You make your way past a number of guards posted in a number of spots throughout the consortium that is not typical. Eclipse, obviously, you know this very well. There seems to be a consistent watch being kept. But eventually you make it to the office, at which there is the... Oh, yes? Brightwing?
On our way there, can I ritually cast Detect Magic so I don't have to use a spell slot? You can say no. We'll just have-
Interesting. What was the spell that you ritually cast recently while walking?
Prayer of Healing.
Okay. Let me look at them real quick.
But
I feel
that
like
wasn't
Prayer of
ritually.
Healing
That
just
wasn't ritually
feels more like a
casting.
focus.
Yeah,
Prayer-
right. That was just a 10-minute cast.
Yeah, it's a 10-minute cast. It's not a
So
ritual
yeah,
cast.
a ritual is more of a sit-down setup thing.
Okay,
So I'm gonna say no.
fair. Then
And then go ahead.
Continue.
Okay. You eventually make it to the office, and there is the old fantasy equivalent of the yellow caution tape set up. A couple guards at the door, and a number of, when you get there and can see into the room, like small markers at various points, like you would see at a crime scene. Human man looks at you. Is there something I can help you with?
Doing some extra investigation.
You are the Twilight Heralds, is that correct?
Yep.
Alright, you've been given access, I'm to understand. And he steps aside.
Alright.
I will sit down for 10 minutes and cast Detect Magic, Matthew.
Okay,
While everyone
ritually.
else looks around.
Okay. You have done this here before.
Yeah.
What is everyone else doing?
I think I'm gonna go through the desk one more time.
Okay.
But before I do, I cast Guidance on Eclipse. And then I
Guidance is
Oh, it's concentration.
concentration.
Damn it.
You can
it's
give
just
it to her.
mindless
She
while
uses
she's
it
doing that.
immediately,
I'll
Yes.
Okay.
assist.
but you can't start casting detect magic while the guidance is up.
It's fine.
Okay.
Detect magic's more important right now. I'm just
Okay.
I'm just doing the usual with
it
more
through.
focus than I did the other night when I was doing this.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll detect virtually.
Is anybody else either helping Eclipse or joining in?
Do you want to search? I'll help.
Yeah, I mean, I'll search like through the bookshelves and stuff where we had found that secret compartment, and start like
Okay.
flipping through books for anything that could be strange or any other place where there could be like research stashed.
And I'll help
Okay.
Eclipse on the desk once again.
Okay. All right. Faye and Eclipse roll investigation checks. Eclipse, you have advantage.
I'll be RB.
It's you!
It's
You
not
are the
me.
problem!
No, I'm not.
I don't know what-
you!
Say 13 total.
It's another natural one!
Oh, this is not good.
No. We rolled every single d20 we have. They all went to 20 before the session, okay?
Why did you waste all of them
not me.
before it? No one learned.
We learned.
No
that
one's
way.
learning anything right now. God damn it. It's a 13 total.
It's 2
Okay.
ones.
Faye, you find a whole lot of books and not much else.
Books are good.
Eclipse, you don't find anything that immediately stands out as like, oh, here's some magic that you could use. There is a portion of a drawer at the bottom of the desk on one side that is
Mhm.
oddly heavy. It doesn't open, it's locked.
Hey, Asnip.
Yes,
When you
Eclipse.
recover yourself.
How might I be of service?
Do you tend to know how to get past locks?
Oh, I love getting past locks.
Does this look like something that I know would blow up if it was picked? Or do I know of a key of anywhere or something similar?
You don't know of a key because this is unusual. It seems like an addition.
Okay.
And as far as if you were to try to pick it, would it blow up? That doesn't sound like your father.
Okay.
Though, granted, things have
Recent
been weird
events.
lately.
Yeah. So we can either wait until she's done. I'm gonna kind of gesture to Brightwing, or you can check it yourself. But I don't know where the key is for
Going
this.
to slip out of my boot my thieves' tools.
Okay. I thought you meant you were pulling your foot out of your boot. I was like, what
gonna
is going
kick
on
it.
right now?
Pick it with my
Okay.
toes. No. And I'll-
Roll a Thieves' Tools check.
27.
Oh!
I see.
Hey!
I see what's going on here. Does anybody else see what's going on here? Because I see what's going on here.
Brian is sucking away all of Megan's juju.
That's correct. Yes.
Holy shit. Okay. As you are working, and then there's a... I don't know if that even came through the mic,
It did.
but a clicking... Okay. And the drawer slightly opens. The man at the door, the guard, who has been kind of watching in... Did you just get that lock?
It was locked.
We
It was just stuck.
had an expert trying, and
Had to
they
pull it.
failed numerous times.
The rule about locks is the first thing you always do is check to see if it's not locked.
He steps in with a very untrusting, suspicious eye and comes up alongside you to look down. You pull the drawer open.
I'm just gonna. Really?
I
Family
think that somebody from the
better.
god. Roll a persuasion check.
I don't know
not
any hidden
the
here. It could be my
lowest
fucking
DC.
kid pictures for
It's
shit on.
not
now.
the lowest DC. They have been trying to
I get
get
it.
into this. What'd you roll? What'd you roll?
Fucking. It's a natural 10. Well, it was an 11, now it's a 10.
Oh, it's a dirty 10.
Yep.
This could be very important to the investigation. I'd like to witness it if that's possible. I'll
Okay,
stand.
it's your loss. I'm just gonna pull it open.
He takes a step back as you say that and pull it open. You pull it open. There's no explosion.
Well,
What
not
you
even that.
do
It's just,
see-
alright, if you find embarrassing shit, it's not my problem.
True. What you do see in a drawer with a very high lockpicking DC that Yasniv just said
Fucking
fuck you
blurry.
with is on a small, like, 3-pronged stand, a orb-like shape. Not fully spherical. It has, like, facets all the way around, but many sided. Could be, like, I don't know, 60 plus facets, but in a spherical shape, sitting in this thing. Looks to be largely crystalline, but there are several thick veins of metal crisscrossing across it that like make these windows of crystal in between, in a very geometric pattern.
Is this the truth thingy?
No. That was on the desk. I don't actually know if it was in here when you guys
I don't
inspected
think
initially, because I don't
so.
think Brightwing found it with Detect Magic, so it's probably
No.
something that he keeps elsewhere and brought in. But no, this is not that. Oh, and importantly, you can see that the drawer is lined with what looks to be metal of some kind.
I didn't see it. Well, is my detect magic ready?
We'll say it goes off right about now,
Wow.
and you
How-
ping
how
immediately.
glowing- how glowing is
You
this
ping
thing?
immediately a heavy glow off of this item.
Ooh. May I?
Yeah, be careful with it.
Alright. What school of magic is it, Matt?
So it's an item, so it doesn't necessarily have a specific one, but you do get small hints of abjuration.
That's good. That's a good sign. Faye, do you have demonical?
Yeah. Oh, what's that? That's interesting. Throw the book behind me.
Oh, what the hell is that?
I've got a book upside down.
Yep.
I will pull out the monocle and cast Identify.
Okay. This is an orb of proof against detection and location.
Hey, this is like exactly what Rylas told us that we should go find. Imagine how the coincidence of that worked out.
Is it on?
Is it on? Do I know how to activate it?
identified it.
You
You
identified
would
it?
know because you identified it. It requires attunement, so it is not currently. Interesting. I think that it is not currently attuned.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
I would get most things with the identify, right? So is it in D&D Beyond?
It should be, yes.
You call it an orb?
Orb of proof. It should
Orb
show
of
up from
pondering?
there. Orb of pondering.
You and the
Oh!
around you.
What's it do?
This item would protect not
Everyone?
only one of us, but everyone within a 60-foot radius.
Whoa.
It requires attunement, and it does not require to be stationary.
I would say, with your identify, Faye, you get the distinct impression this is a powerful item that is not common. Just running about places. And you probably get a little bit of a sense of a respect for how important Hugo is and his job is that he could have something like this.
How big is it?
Like small cantaloupe.
Oh,
Okay, so it's substantial.
Yeah,
It's in D&D
it's not a
Beyond
golf ball.
Jewelry.
we'll just have Edgeworth attune to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, hold up the around the
Just put
same
it-
side, just like
Oh, even better, it's crystalline. So we put Edgeworth inside of it.
I don't think
Can we?
Everything's worth a shot at least once.
well, more important.
Is it hollow?
It doesn't seem to be
Oh.
hollow, no.
We're just like,
I was all for this plan.
anyways. So the only thing we're really gonna have a problem with is if we get mugged on the road.
Or if the Evergard decide they want this more than we do.
I don't think it aids them much in their investigation.
This
Do you?
was my dad's, so this is mine.
The Ivory Guard looks at you as you say that. I would like to run that by Inspector Kovac.
Yeah, call
Okay.
her.
I'm fine with that.
What are supposed to meet her anyway?
Yeah.
She has
But
a
we can
message
take it to
for
her right
us.
now.
Would you be amenable to me sending an escort with you to
Of course.
meet her then? All right.
I would prefer that, actually. Just in case.
Yes, Brightwing.
Does my detect magic detect anything else before we leave?
No.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Was there
I
any
like
other
that.
notes, books, anything that we wanted from here? Hey, did you find anything?
Hmm?
Did you find anything?
I got distracted by the doodles in the margins.
That's fair.
Someone drew a dick.
I think that was Luna. I was wondering how long it'd take him to find that, but I guess he never did, or he thought it was funny. Hoping the funny. I don't know how much trouble she'd have gotten in for that. Anyways, yeah, escort.
Is there a false bottom to this drawer map?
Do you want to check?
Yeah.
Okay. I will say you don't even have to roll. There's not. It is lead.
It's lead.
It's
You
lead
get
on
lead
all
poisoning.
sides.
You just touch it, it gets poisoned from lead.
You don't know.
That's crazy.
Okay, you guys are gonna go to
Okay.
Inspector Kovac?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Willingly, with the escort that he is so insistent goes with us
Yep.
because, yeah.
Yep,
I'm not hiding
he's-
shit. I just know this is mine now. They can
He
fight me
sends-
for it.
He sends a halfling man, curly reddish hair, in ivory guard armor, who seems kind of green and a little bit enamored with all of you and your import and interest. Not vocally at all, but just like you'll catch him glancing and then he'll look away.
I wish we had modified memory. So we could just
But you make
Well,
your way
we're
to
not-
Inspector Kovac.
not have to deal with it.
Well, I would rather do it under, like, legitimate circumstances. Because, again, what are they fucking gonna do? If they take it away from us, that's bullshit. Like, it's mine. I don't get it. Alright.
Okay.
Cool.
Eventually, you make it to the Ivory Guard Keep, and asking around briefly are quickly directed to Kovac, who is sitting at a desk in an office with all kinds of notes and items strewn about.
How long does attunement take? A short rest?
An hour.
So
So yeah, short rest.
it wouldn't take an hour to get there. Damn.
No. You guys are escorted in. The halfling stays outside the door. You received my message, I take it.
Yes.
A few things. One, and you have the orb away somewhere in a pack, correct? Right now? Or do you have it out?
I think it would have been away while we're walking, yeah, just
Okay.
in case. Because
Okay.
I don't want to fucking have that out.
The search party acquired tracks leaving the road not too far up to the northeast and headed off of the road towards the mountains. Horses. A few of them. We didn't track it into the mountains. It's not our jurisdiction by any means, but it seemed noteworthy.
The mountains to the west or the east?
The east, the Carthcrest Range.
Alright.
Again, the evidence is not conclusive, but it might be the trail. Additionally, we cased Cyrus Nichols' home and did not find much of use in incrimination, but we did find some items that seem relevant for your work, and I felt that perhaps they were owed to you. If you wish to take them.
Do you know what they do?
No, we haven't had an Arcanist yet, but they are clearly magical in some way, shape, or form, and that's not really our purview. And she reaches down to like a small crate and sets it out on her desk, and you see 2 vials that have this mercury-like fluid. One that has a deep gold liquid inside, a third vial with deep gold, and then what looks to be a like a small tome or book, maybe like this big, like a pocket Bible almost.
Okay.
Given what you uncovered and your help in apprehending him, and the fact that I let you keep the belongings he had on him, given the work you potentially have ahead of you, it seemed fitting that perhaps you should take these as well.
Brightwing, do you still have your detecting stuff?
Is it up? Still up? It's past
The
10
previous
minutes?
one is not up. No, it took way more than 10 minutes to get here. could cast it
I don't
again.
think we're gonna do anything else today, so I will use a spell slot and cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
I say this now.
Just before I say anything else, I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. The deep gold, you don't get any particular school off of. In fact, it seems oddly broad, like it almost could apply to any. The 2 mercury-like fluid potions, you get a very immediate, strong Dunamancy vibe off of.
Oh.
And the small book is similar to the gold potion in that you don't get any particular school, but almost get everyone blended in a so blended that they don't stand out individually at all, but it just seems to cover
If
everything
I
else.
open the book, is it written common?
It is.
What's it say?
It seems to be a magic textbook of some kind.
Like a spell book? For a wizard?
No,
Oh,
not like a
just
spell book.
textbook.
It is, yeah, like a textbook, like low-level instructional textbook on arcana, casting.
But it's magic textbook. Like it's
Mhm.
magical.
It is giving you magic. Yeah,
Probably-
it's definitely giving you a magical aura.
It's probably enchanted. I don't know.
Wow. Cool.
Are we being watched?
Oh, great point.
You
That's
are
kinda
not.
the
Anytime you
original
cast a tech
intention.
magic, if there's something watching, I will tell you without you
Okay,
having to
cool.
ask. So you're good.
I just want to make sure.
Nope.
Alright.
Great point.
Do you tell me that?
Yeah, I'll tell you all that.
Alright, if we're being up front, I'm gonna pull the thing up. Put it on the table.
Okay.
We're also keeping this,
Oh.
but we found this in my dad's office. He was incredibly paranoid about being watched. This stops people from doing that within a significant
sorry.
distance.
You said you found it in your father's office. We thoroughly
Yes.
cased that office.
I double checked. With his help. I'm gonna point at Yasna.
She glances at Yasnip, kind of peers thinly for a second. Did you manage to open the lock we couldn't break?
Yes.
Ah. I was going to call in an expert from outside the city, but
I would prefer this not be referenced anywhere.
do you know what it is?
I'm gonna look at Faye.
It prevents divination magic from peering in upon a radius around it.
I see. Very understandable.
Considering who and what we're dealing with, we need this.
I feel if we are on the front lines,
Oh,
ourselves at the most risk.
as far as I understand, it belongs to you and your family.
Yes.
I don't mean to take it from you. I am a little bit less sure about your comment of keeping it off the record.
That is up to you. That is a personal request. Again,
The reason.
my father was incredibly paranoid during the last bits that I got to speak with him. When we find him, I will ask if it is okay to share it after the fact. But for right now, I was told that you wanted to know, and as far as I know, you know now. And I would like it to stay that way.
I assume one of my guards knows as well, if you would direct it to me.
Yes.
All right. I will take it into consideration. I prefer not to leave things out of my reports. It typically does not end well when that is the path taken. But I understand, and perhaps an exception can be made.
Once things are cleared up, we'll see about including it. But for right now, it's a request of the family. For our safety.
I understand. Is your intent to investigate this trail that we found, or others?
Yes.
Will you tell me before you leave?
Yes.
We might need additional assistance in regards to that. I was thinking they're traveling on horseback. We've got a cart and 3 horses in our possession. Would the use of 2 additional horses to maintain, or at least try to catch up to them, be an option?
Roll a persuasion check, Faye.
Is this to strike a deal?
Yeah.
Can I give her guidance or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thought I asked.
I will just throw out there for you. In the middle of social exchanges, guidances, I'm almost never going to allow.
Okay.
Preparatory things, if you know that a conversation is going to be had that could happen in a minute, you could do. But the whole reaching out and casting a spell right in front of her as the
spell in the middle of conversations.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It is a little suspicious. Oh no.
It's a 28.
Okay. The ones we're storing up power.
Right when we needed it. Last call.
I imagine that a pair of horses could be lent to you from the guard. You are by no means employed by our company, but the work you are doing is adjacent to ours, it seems, and in some ways superior so far. And I have respect for that enough to value you and your work. So that could be done. I will say, in regards to your cart, if the trail takes you into the mountains, which there's no guarantee, they could be going, assuming this is even them, around the range and towards Sildari, or along it, northeast. But if they go into it, there's not well-made roads for carts through those mountains. There's.
The idea was that there was 5 of us.
You would leave the car, you're saying?
Yes.
Understood. I can make the horses happen.
For speed.
Of course. Given the over 24 hours now that you're already behind, I think speed is possibly your most important focus. I don't know what you have planned for your time here, but I would not dawdle.
I think we're checking one more thing and then heading out immediately. If everyone is okay with that.
Yeah, I might, if you're checking something, there's a few things, bits and pieces that we might need to pick up around town. I might deviate to grab some of those.
Yeah.
I also have something I'd like to look at.
Then we'll probably part ways for right now and get that done for personal reasons and come back. But we'll let you know.
Thank you. I would just like to know when you're gone. You've been an asset, and I would like to keep some loose tabs, especially if you're taking a pair of our horses.
Either one of us can send you a message when we are leaving.
That would be wonderful.
Kovac,
Yes.
do you think it'd be possible for you to get information out of Cyrus while we're gone?
Well, I can certainly try. Do you have new questions?
I'd like to know what he knows about that stone he carried.
All right. She takes down some notes.
As many details as possible.
I will certainly try. Also, I will say, and she looks at you, Eclipse. My God, the contingency I set there for now at your advice can't stay there forever. I'll need to rotate them out.
I understand.
Do you have anyone you trust from the Consortium Guard that could help?
I have my sister. And if you're willing to lend some hands to watch the consortium, I'm sure she could take a shift. If she was comfortable doing so. I'll ask her myself.
I would appreciate that. As long as I can trust her not to beat him to a pulp, can't imagine a better guardian.
I
She
will.
prefers slicing things.
I'll keep
That
her
would
up to
not be
date.
preferred either.
I'll keep her up to date.
Thank you. If there's anything else you need before you leave, let me know. I'll have the horses ready for as soon as you are.
Then I think we should do what we need to do. We'll be back.
Okay. And you take the items from Cyrus's place, correct?
Yes. the
Yes.
potion
Okay.
from-
Okay. It sounds like everybody's interested in doing multiple things. So we will take our break there and come back to people's intent after that. Okay. Welcome back. All right, you guys leave the keep of the Ivory Guard. What would you like to do, and in what groups?
I'm going shopping.
Okay.
I'm allergic to shopping. I'm going home. I'm taking Edwin with me.
What about it?
Okay.
I'm going.
You're going somewhere else?
Yep.
Can I
Somewhere
go with,
solo?
can
I'm not giving
can
you
I
that.
go with Yasnip or no? Is it like,
Do you ask?
yeah, is it okay if I go with you? It's okay. If you need alone time.
Of course you can come along.
Okay.
Matt, I'll DM you what I want and you can tell me the price. We don't need
Okay.
to roll all this.
Done. Let's go. Where are you going, Yasnip, or do you not want to say out loud?
You know where I'm going.
Oh. Well, I don't know if it's late enough in the
Oh.
day to pick up your stuff, unless you're just going to hang out
No,
at the
not,
sheath.
not that. Okay.
Oh. Oh? Okay. Let's go ahead and start with Eclipse and Aedwin then, and we'll get to the secret stuff after that.
So, what is it like having the magic mixed with actually hitting something? Which one's more reliable, I guess?
Would you believe me if I said neither?
Given our track record, yeah.
I've never trusted the power because I've never understood it. And it feels like lately I've been starting to trust myself a lot less too. So, all things considered, not doing great.
Did you trust your gut a lot before?
Wasn't really a whole lot there. I took orders. There was a lot less emotion involved in that. Just the promise that you were doing the right thing. And that was good enough. But now, my entire organization could be collapsing in on itself. So, I don't even know what I represent.
So that thing Faye said about distinguishing markings, disguises, how offended would you be having to change something like that? Think you can get around without it?
Well, for one, my shield is magic, and it bears the sword's insignia on it. I'm not gonna just toss it away, because it's a useful tool. And the same goes for my sword as well. As soon as it's drawn, people know who you are. It's going to be nearly impossible to conceal my identity. That much I can say for certain.
That's fair.
Do you consider that a problem?
No, I was just curious. I didn't want to make you do something you didn't want to do.
Right. Yeah. No, it's fine. I mean, I wouldn't normally be against it, but I just don't think it's possible.
Oh, maybe they'll figure something out.
No.
I'm sorry about what happened to Faye.
Don't I?
I mean, she's here. That's what's important, but
Shouldn't have come to that. I swore an oath to never let it happen again. And yet, here we are. This is why the swords work alone, by the way.
yeah, I haven't been much of a group person either.
You would have done well with us, to be honest.
I don't think so. But it's nice of you to say so. I'm not necessarily out looking for a fight.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if your shit gives out on you, I've got your back.
Well, I've got to be honest. This thread that we're following, if we're following it directly, it seems way out of our league. And, well, anybody with any sense to them wouldn't do it without getting the proper amount of information and resources.
This is my entire job. It's always been to keep him safe.
I want you to have that opportunity. Because I know what it's like to not have it. Not a great feeling.
I'm already ready for the worst case scenario. I just don't know who I'm going to be on the other side when it happens. If it happens, she's going to try to find something to knock on.
Well, I'll take it back. Maybe you wouldn't have done so good with the swords.
No.
Because we don't think that far ahead. We just do.
I mean, stuff's different now. There's when I was younger, and right around when I met Remy, I would not hesitate to fight anybody. It was always act first, think about it later. As fast as she is, she taught me how to slow down. It wasn't always just pick the fight because you could. That instinct is back, but I have an actual handle on it.
It's
As long
probably
as
useful.
I can.
Well, you have your eyes set on this. Who might have stopped you?
I need someone to stop me. This is more personal than anything I've ever done in my life. It's not just some kid talking shit in a schoolyard. So if I'm making a choice that's too brash or too dangerous. I need someone who's going to be willing to stand up to me.
That's tricky. Because in your position, I would do the same. Given the chance, I would take up arms. Whether or not the foe was insurmountable, which, let's be honest with ourselves, it is. For now. Doesn't mean we can't still chip away at it. Even though, it feels like shit to have to do that. Approaching this head-on seems foolish. We've seen what happened before. We don't need to repeat.
So, you keep me in line. I'll try to keep you in line. Won't fault each other for it, but it doesn't hurt to have a contingency plan.
See, it's not just you I'm worried about, because the entire group seems set on following its tracks.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the play.
I think we follow it, but I don't think we jump it the second we see it. And that's what I need your help with. If we find them, and we find him, I'm gonna need help with that.
What I'm concerned with is what finding them means for us. Because if we find them, we may already be dead.
Yeah.
That's why I want to pump the brakes on this for the time being. Because I don't think we're ready to face that. This is not something that we have enough understanding of.
Then when we group up, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
For right now, I gotta convince, and I'll point at my door because I'm guessing we're pretty much there already. That person.
Uh-huh.
To not kill a man.
Well, that's on you.
You know, I'm really thinking if I just tell her that I didn't do anything, it's losing if she does anything at that point. I think that might be enough.
Or she takes doing something as a win.
That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to win the self-control argument. That, like, you know, if I didn't hit him, then, like, certainly you're mature enough to not do something that jeopardizingly stupid, right? Like, that makes sense.
It makes sense to us, but I want you to hear yourself speaking right now and really try and process what you're saying. And look, we can give it a shot.
Okay.
If blood spills, blood spills. That's just kind of how.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's. Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Cool. I'm gonna find Luna.
Okay. I
I'm guessing
will
she's not
say
home.
she's not, but I will say that if would you wait at home for a little bit, or would you go to the consortium to find her?
No, I would if I probably would be going to the consortium to start with, because she's obviously on shift. Gauging by
Okay.
the fact that she's been taking over mine, I should know where she is.
Okay. Yeah, you can go to the consortium and find her pretty easily. Hey, sis.
Hey. So we found the little shit who got them into Dad's office.
She pulls out her dagger.
Okay, hold on. Okay, like I get it. Hear me out. They have him in custody. They've got him in anti-magic custody, but the problem is I don't trust some of these people as far as I can throw them.
You're talking about the Ivory Guard?
Yeah. I just don't really vibe with anybody right now. So, if they take over watching here with, reasonably trusted people by whatever. If they can cover your shift, are you okay covering some of theirs?
You mean watching him directly?
I know I am asking a lot.
Can I remove fingernails?
No. Listen,
Clumps of hair?
I did not punch him at all. So, your job, if you get through this, you get a win on me. If you do not lay a single injuring anything on him whatsoever.
Question.
I will give you a point.
Does a tattoo count as an injury?
Yes.
Damn it.
You cannot change anything about him, and they'll tell you otherwise, but again, you can have a one-up on me if you don't do anything.
I'd rather have a one-up on him.
We already do.
Fine. They're watching the whole fucking place here anyways.
Yeah.
I'm almost an afterthought, given how much their eyes are covering the consortium.
Which is great.
Yeah.
That's what they should have been fucking doing to begin with.
Am I gonna have a team, or...
I'll talk to the inspector, but yeah, it's mostly just... She's got really close people on it right now, but she's only got so many. So we gotta cycle them out for other people that aren't as in that group, so you're kind of filling in to sit with them. I'm kind of hoping she can group you up with somebody she actually trusts and kind of have, reasonable people at the same time, so you're not on your own dealing with it.
Just so long as I don't have to bow and salute to fucking Ivory Guard.
No.
Alright. I take it that means you're planning on leaving.
Yeah, I'm gonna go let Mom know right now. But we got a lead that we're gonna handle very carefully. I'm gonna look at Aedwin. We're gonna be smart about this.
Listen. I don't know all that much about these people you've roped yourself in with. Glances at Aedwin, sidelong. But I've seen worse. I feel like if anybody's gonna make a difference, you all could do it. Just don't get killed or kidnapped, because then I have to be the next one to go, and I really don't want to. That's why they send you on these missions.
Trust me, that's why I'm saying you gotta one up on me. You don't gotta do anything except not hurt a guy. And trust me, Faye scared the piss out of him, literally. So he's already peed his pants in front of a bunch of people. He's been plenty embarrassed. Mans has no dignity left. You got nothing left to take from him.
All right.
If anything, you'll make him more upset just being there. So there's that too. We made him feel really bad about the shit he just pulled.
That is a fair point. I will try to give him the side eye as often as possible.
Cross your arms in front of him too. He really gets intimidated by that.
Oh, that'll be happening. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna give her a hug.
Okay. She is initially tense, not because you hugged her. It's not like uncommon for you guys to hug necessarily, but just the clear tension of the situation. And then it eases a bit. She grips for a second and like squeezes you pretty hard. And then kind of pushes back, punches you in the chest.
I like.
Fuck some shit up.
Also, I got 2 more of this, and I pull out the scroll that's like just a fucking little sliver of paper left.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember where he had any more of this?
I'm
there is
sure
any
I
more
can
of
find
this?
some myself. And she reaches back into a pocket and hands you one
Thank God. Okay.
that will
I'll-
say has 8 charges.
Okay. I'll keep in touch with this. That's how we've been doing it already.
Please do.
Yeah, for sure.
And bring Dad back.
I'm gonna do the best I fucking can. I'm not gonna give you any promises, though. I don't know what's going on. But I will fucking fight for it. Trust me.
Okay. Oh. If you're gonna be trying to sneak up on some professional assassins, can you get Brightwing some kind of cloak? Something dark?
We're.
You know
yep.
what? There's probably
Yeah?
an extra of mine in the closet at home. Feel free.
grab it.
Just okay.
Trust me. Yeah. I got it. Do you want one too?
I mean, there's nothing that's gonna hide the. And I just kind of shake the chainmail.
Yeah,
Like
could
this
probably
is just...
cover about half of you with one of my cloaks. So
Yeah.
We can figure something out.
okay. I'll see you soon.
And I head home.
As we
don't have to do it
turn
right now,
out,
though.
Mm-hmm.
I look back to Luna, and I just kind of very slightly whisper under my breath. Nobody would notice one hair, just like one tiny little, just.
She winks with a sly grin. Stay silent.
And I will walk off.
Okay. Faye, you are going shopping.
Shopping.
That's me.
Okay.
I'm going.
Yep. We have covered what you are shopping in DMs.
Yes.
So you pay for that. You do find a place that would probably have healing potions, like an apothecary potion shop type place called Hobergoth's Emporium. Up to you whether you want to come back later with more money or try to run a deal of some kind now.
I'd probably come back once I confirmed with what everyone was comfortable putting in.
Okay. Okay.
Can I leave my platinum and gold with you if you're getting potions?
I would
To
have.
see if
I
that
would have
helps.
specified that I was looking. Yeah, I probably would have said that I was looking for
Okay.
potions because that was one of the things that we had mentioned needing.
Yeah. Then
Okay. If you want to say that you guys handled that before leaving, because Faye made it clear what she was doing, anyone who wants to state an amount of money they would have given her.
Do you
can
want
do
the
so
party
now.
funds?
no, that's for diamonds. We
Okay.
need that. I would say I would straight up give you the 80 gold for sure, just because I know potions are not cheap, and we're gonna need them if you can find them. So
Stop it.
I would give 50 gold.
Okay.
Besides the platinum that I got, I have 30 gold on me. I can give you all of it if you'd like.
I am taking donations at this point. It is what I will. I
Alright.
will purchase what I feel is able to be purchased given what we
I will
have.
give you all my gold.
did Matt crash?
No, can you hear me?
Okay, good.
I
Yes.
can.
It-
Your
it
video's
is.
gone though.
Yeah, it's struggling over here, but should be
Because
alright.
you're running the cards.
You're doing
Am
great,
I?
sweetie.
Yes.
Oh, it's because I transitioned back. Okay, hold,
Yeah.
hold.
Yeah.
How do I pause?
It's
There
a
has to
video,
be a way to
right?
Pause.
That's looping.
Pause. Ha
We're just gonna be
We're
paused
just
on
gonna-
Edwin now.
We're just going to
Oh
Edwin's final
gosh
card.
darn it!
No, leave it.
Hold
leave
on.
it.
Pull the
Leave it.
slider. Just
There we
pull the
go.
slider. There you
Yeah,
go.
we're good.
What?
Nailed it.
Cole just left him, though. Anyways.
Okay, so how much do you have, and do you want to shop now?
Yes, I'll shop now then.
Okay.
You can
You
eclipse
enter.
me as a from right way.
Okay.
Yippers.
You enter this emporium. It is rather messy and herbalist-y. And you see no one in there. It's pretty dim, and or no patrons at least, but at a desk at the back you see a dwarf woman who looks very old, super unkempt white hair. Way too much stubble for anyone, and like moles with big old pieces of white hair sticking out. That whole look. Hello!
Hello.
Is there something I can help you with?
Yes, something probably quite specific actually. My friends and I have dangerous hobbies and are prone to injury. Have you anything to help with that?
Like a salve?
Preferably, we've had a drinkable kind in the past, a potion of sorts.
A potion? Yes? A healing potion?
Yeah, ideally.
Mm.
You mentioned a salve. Is that anything equivalent, or is that just something medicinal?
Well, it depends on the injuries you're getting. If they're scrapes and whatnot, then yes. If you're talking about wounds, probably best to take a healing potion.
Okay, yeah. I think that sounds most appropriate for our activities.
Do you know how many you need? They're not easy to acquire, but I have a few probably.
Would you be able to give an approximation of what you have and of what you would be looking to receive for them?
Let me look. She jumps down off a stool, wanders over to a cabinet, opens it, starts pulling out bits, and eventually comes back to you, lays out 3 smallish looking ones and one that's a little bit larger. This is what I have. The smaller one's 50 gold, the larger one's 100. Does pack a bit of punch, though.
Well, considering the nature of our activities and the frequency at which we tend to injure ourselves. I think I might be willing to take them all off your hands.
Really?
Would you be amenable to 180 gold for all of the whole lot?
That's quite the discount.
We are
Hmm.
at the Ivory Guard currently.
Are you?
Yes, it's a bit of a secret, you see, but the nature of
They
our work.
are
But it is-
my most common customer. Hmm. Roll a persuasion check. That discount's going to be a very high DC. You might end up somewhere in the middle, but
A persuasion check with what?
with advantage.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
Well,
Okay, Megan, I need you to explain something to me. I need you to explain something. Is it possible that you just need to throw Brian out a window? Because I think there's a certain track record now, right? That makes that. What did you roll?
if it was disadvantage, it would have been a natural 1. But with the advantage, it's a natural 20 for a 31.
Oh my gosh.
That part where Sean kind of dials back. What he's
I
saying?
witnessed this in real time, you guys.
Oh my
It's so glorious.
31.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
31?
31.
Yeah, that's about right.
31.
I
That's
think
the-
she got the discount, Matt.
Oh my god.
Does that meet the DC match?
Watch it be a 32. You're like
So close.
sitting
She
at a Baldur's Gate to watch that shit happen in real time.
Good
She
God.
gives you like a one large eye, one small eye look for a few seconds. You know, you remind me of my daughter.
I'm
Oh.
sure she's lovely. She had fiery spirit as well.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you the deal if you promise exclusive business to me in the future.
Are we getting patron?
Your word.
I will promise exclusive business to you in the future if you continue to honor these prices.
This is an introductory discount.
I think you underestimate how often we injure ourselves.
Perhaps the full terms can be decided at a later date.
At a later date. I agree.
Fair enough. All right. 180 it is.
How many did you get?
I got 3 regulars and a bigger one.
Yep, greater.
Greater.
Triage.
Yeah.
We
Just
fucking
more than buy 3 get 1 free. Okay. Anything else that you do or buy?
Just that what... Might I use your back room for just a moment? I've got something I need a sink.
All right. And she comes with you and spends the entire time that you're doing what you're doing just blabbing.
Mhm.
As, yes, older grandmothers are wont to do when someone that they have an audience with is willing to listen. Okay.
And
And that's
I'll-
it?
Yeah, I'll head towards the Fornoir house after that.
Okay. Yosnip and Brightwing. First of all, do you have Yosnip, do you want me to have the rest of the party deafen?
No. That's
Okay.
fine.
Then what do you do?
Yasnip would be very nonchalantly, as he's going seemingly with an idea of where he's headed. Maybe in between conversation, if Brightwing had any, interacting with individuals briefly, sharing small stories, pushing for different information, but being a friendly guy.
Okay. I will say, on the whole, roll a persuasion check.
Well, would this be at advantage, Matt?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Look at all of you using your background features.
Can I do an insight check on Yasna?
You can.
24.
24. Okay. With an 18, and if you want to roll, feel free to. What would Brightwing get from you during this process?
You were insight checking?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You would start to see, probably after maybe like the fourth or fifth person, that Yaznip isn't necessarily trying to be nice and make conversation. It seems that some of the questions that he's asking specifically about rumors and oddities that have been seen kind of circulate. It's almost like he is talking in circles to some of these people. And if they don't have valuable information, he maybe just parts ways, or he might linger with somebody that maybe has heard of something, but he's very decisive with who he talks to more than just a passing by, hey, how are you doing?
My camera is utterly hacked.
Oh no.
Okay. Brightwing,
Um,
do you have anything that you want to specifically converse about?
Yeah, I think probably halfway to whatever Yasip is doing, when we're like a good beat between people, without getting into earshot. Are you trying to find something?
I told you about Bologna.
Yes, I was going to ask about that when the others weren't around. You crashed near Tristan?
That's why I was interested.
But she was not in Tristan.
But she was on the ship. I couldn't find her.
How many were on the ship?
More than made it out.
Well, I can tell you, right, Matthew? Because I've sent to her twice now, right?
You have attempted to.
I haven't gotten a respond back, but I felt the spell connect, correct?
Correct.
The spell connected, like I said, so she's still alive, in a sense.
I also asked for Faye to try. She said the same thing.
Well, why were you on this ship?
This was my job.
You were a crewman.
Yes.
But why are you on the wanted posters?
That's what I would like to know also.
Did you
I-
pick this? Did you pick this forum after you crashed?
I did.
So she doesn't know this forum. She knows the other one.
Well,
Oh,
she knows more. She knows what you know.
Oh, does she know about your family?
Bits and pieces. It was, she was a good friend. And until you and Faye were able to reach out to her, I thought she was gone. I thought when I couldn't find her, that was the end. And seeing her on that poster made me think it was possible she wasn't. And both you and Faye have confirmed that.
Your ship was attacked.
By people just like the bandits that were attacking Softfeld and Proward.
But they were flying?
Sky pirates, if you will.
Sky pirate.
I guess the term, because you haven't really been in the world very much, was that I was a cloud rider.
That is very good name. Is that what you've always been since you left home?
It's what I always wanted to be.
To fly? We share more in common than I thought.
It's more than just the birds. You will fly one day.
She thinks back to her dreams that she's gotten from the wilds. Looks at Yasnip. You know what? I think you're right. Did I tell you about the dream about Molly?
Go from Proward. I don't think, besides the fact that she was chasing your Khaing.
Yes. I had 2 other dreams. 3 other dreams, but one was different. But one was before we went to the swamp. And I flew in while everyone was in danger and protected, like the wild said. It even had the part where Erwin was almost killed by himself. And then I just had a dream 2 nights ago, before the attack happened, where I was flying over the mountains of snow, and you were all huddled around a campfire, and I flew in, but you couldn't see me no matter what I did, and you were freezing. And then the wild said protect, and I held out my arms and they were wings. And then I woke up. Well, Eclipse woke me up.
Were they your wings?
Yes, but no, at the same time, they were ginormous and not, as she points to the colorful wings, not this color.
What about the color of your Khaing?
I am the color of my Khaing. I just wonder. Seems that they're going to mountains. Maybe the wilds is giving us a warning. They gave us a warning about Molly. Gave us a warning about the swamp.
I think it means that we have to get you a little bit more clothes. Something warmer.
Yes, I suppose so. Don't suppose I could be in this color. Probably not for stealth, yes.
Well, sometimes the easiest way to hide is in plain sight.
I'm not exactly in plain sight, as you say. Though it is tradition back home to dress in your colors of your koyakia, so I very much stick out compared to everyone else who has more natural tones. But it is tradition.
I think the rest of us could use a bit more color.
I like green on you. So I suppose you could be with any color you like.
Well, not for these.
That's true. Are you okay? That conversation with Cyrus, it was difficult for everyone, but I know it was particularly difficult for you and Eclipse.
I'm worried. Being away obviously has negative impacts. And I'm also worried if people from authority figures had encountered with my parents. But it's also trying to become invisible so that they could deny that they know where I am. And it's not a lie. Because it's true. And when I left, I didn't tell them where we were going. It's just kind of second nature. The value of information is heavy.
I starting to understand this. I don't really have secrets.
I wish I could share them all.
You don't have to.
I know.
They are your own.
Maybe someday. But for now, I have to see a man about a ship.
But what?
I will say, in the midst of all of this, yeah, I fixed it.
Okay.
With you rolled a 22, 24,
Was that natural 18? 24.
24. You get a pretty significant number of stories and tales as you walk through various neighborhoods, stop by bars, wherever you go to pick up gossip or recounting of what people have seen. And it is actually more common than not that the people you talk to had some experience with the wreckage of this airship crashed outside near the mountains nearby that was brought into Leah because it was quite a hubbub. It's not common that they see airship parts or an airship in general that close, though they do see them flying overhead sometimes. It's certainly not common for an airship to crash. And so there was a lot of hustle and bustle when they were bringing it in. probably the most interesting thing you get is that there are several people who recount that shortly after that, some curious strangers from outside of the city came in asking about it. No one has a super specific recollection of descriptions or anything like that, just that there were a variety of visitors, it seemed, who had some curiosity about it. Whether that was because, again, crash airships are very rare and unusual, or whether somebody was looking into it, difficult to parse out. Nobody makes any mention of any survivors recovered or otherwise.
I think we'll have to find another way.
To
It's
find
worth a
ship?
shot. Well, the ship is one thing. Information about the ship is another. I think I know one that could help.
All right.
Okay.
You
guys head back? Oh,
to go to the sheath. Is there anything you wanted before we went back?
I gave all my money to. Though I will say we are only 50 gold from another diamond.
Hmm.
So very close. But I still have this. Points to our seed. So we'll be okay.
You have one other as well, don't you?
Yes, I do. Forgot. Yes.
Well,
So
I think having at least one, anything better would be good.
yes.
We'll just have to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yes, I agree. I think that's the most scared I ever been. I
You did
know I
very
said.
good.
To be honest, it barely worked, but it did. But there was a chance. It wasn't going to be strong enough. I felt it.
But you were strong enough. Don't think about by how much. You succeeded.
You're right.
By a foot or a mile, that's all that matters.
I'll make sure that we never get to that point again.
I trust you.
I trust you. I trust all of them.
I'm getting there.
I think Edwin is too tolerant now. Not like.
Too tolerance?
For me.
Hmm.
I had a very. I can read people very well, and well, it didn't take very much to know he did not find me very appealing. So I'm.
I think
Why-
given his nature, he'll warm up to anybody once in a while. Just takes time.
Well, should we go get what were we getting?
I had them make something for me. Not super important.
You stop in to get it, though?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You make your way by the sheath. I would say you probably have to wait maybe half hour or so, but you spend a good amount of time combing the city, so it's decently late, and Kurz finishes it up and gives it to you.
Appreciate your help.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Seems pretty uninterested in carrying on much of a conversation. He gets back to his work.
And you'll see as he picks up two thin plates made of like a metal or steel, very, very thinly laid out, and then one other smaller bar of metal, which gets taller towards the center, but it's decently long in length, so maybe about 5 or 6 inches in length, and it gets more and more thick towards the center of it. He'll take all 3 of those and put them in his pocket.
You are becoming quite the craftsman.
We'll see. Faye asked me to make something for her also.
I look forward to seeing it.
Hope it's satisfactory.
Maybe you could go, and we could go back to my home, and you could study with the Akameu.
Like to hear what they have that I can learn from.
Beading, weaving, sculpting, woodworking.
Have they done much with using teeth?
Matthew, yes?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, from things they have hunted.
That's been tricky for me.
You'd be surprised how much you can use from animals for not just utility, but for decoration.
I'm willing to learn. Would you mind, maybe not today, but one night when we have time, just checking in with my
Your
mother?
family? I can do that right now.
Would you?
Of course.
Just letting her know that we're okay. I just want to make sure everything was fine there as well.
All right. I will send to Mrs. Peaches. Hawati, this is Brightwing. Nas says he is safe and well. Wondering if you are too. Tell Eclipse. No, what's his name? Clayson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clayson. Tell Clayson. Hello? You can reply.
Okay.
That sound yes.
Okay. That's how it ends. A couple seconds pass by and you hear, I remember you, yes. We all well? Good to hear you are. Clayton's a bit rambunctious these days. Thinks he's an adventurer. Like his brother. Stops there.
She says they are very well. And yes, Clayton takes after you, apparently.
Thank you.
Anytime. You
Give her a
just
hug.
tell me. Oh. Hug back. You let me know anytime.
I won't exhaust you from it.
This may be at the height of my power, but it does not exhaust me to do it. Connection is important.
Learning that more every day.
I am too. I miss home very much. Being out here is, I believe you call it cultural shock. It's every day. So, be honest, I'm quite frightened most days from everything I see. But
Perhaps finding things that remind you of home. Sometimes those work the best.
well, and she looks around the city.
I'll
Out here it's not the best.
pull out a handful of birdseed, put it in her hand. You haven't used your staff in a while.
It's true. I'll spin it around and stick it to the ground, and it's the sound of a swallow, Matthew.
Okay. Do you do anything with the birdseed? Are you clutching it or is it out?
I'll leave it out like this.
Okay. And are you walking towards the Four Noir house or have you stopped
Yeah.
somewhere? Okay.
We'll walk towards.
Within a few seconds, the little tiny brown and gray ones, are those finches?
Those are yellow.
Finches are yellow? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about the ones that are near Disneyland and shit? Where it's like
Yes,
little
they're
brown...
like
yeah,
really
those are
small and chubby
sparrows,
looking.
I think those ones are
Okay,
sparrows.
maybe they're sparrows.
It's
They're
either
very
sparrows or
small
swallows, but
and
yeah.
chubby looking.
Yeah.
Yeah. it's gonna be
You,
fun.
yeah. One flies to you.
Chickadees.
Chickadees. I think that's it. One flies to you, starts chirping, pecking at the seed. Another one comes down. And by the time like a couple minutes have passed, there's like 15 of these chickadees
Yay.
hopping about, shoulder on up on Yasnip's horn, on your staff, down to your hand, in the seed, until it's pretty much gone. People give you many stares.
Bryony has the biggest smile on her face because this is what she basically did every day back at home.
Okay. And eventually you make it back. We'll say that technically Faye would probably have arrived a while ago because Yasnip and Brightwing stayed out quite a bit. So you would see this as you come in. Eclipse and Adrian, you would have seen this when Faye arrived home. Faye?
Oh, Faye has black hair now.
What?
I found some potions.
Oh, okay. That's
We're all back at this point?
Yeah, we'll say that you arrived back and there's their conversation probably happened
That's-
earlier. Yours is happening now, but we can have it all at the same time.
That's my. Are we all going dark? Like, what is this? I'm fine with it, but like,
I think Brightwing still has one chickadee on her finger as she walks in.
It'll fade out a little bit, I think.
I mean, I like it. It's not. But I'm not saying anything bad about it. I was just like, is that the plan? Because that'd be
How did
easier
you
for
do
me.
that?
In a sink
In a sink?
with dye.
I think Luna tried that one
Oh.
time. It was.
It's really easy.
We're not gonna
when
talk about that.
When the light is light, you can go darker. When it's dark, you can't go lighter. It'll fade out in a couple washes, but I could always re-up it.
Think you should?
I like it.
It makes your eyes even more.
Yes, for sure.
Not the eyes. Think of the wings.
It's gonna be very cool. That's for sure.
Got some spice too. If we're on the road, we'll put some not kind of like pull up like coats and cloaks out of the bag of holding of various colors. Some of these usable, some of them are just for fabric scraps, but I kind of gotten used to creating clothing on the fly, so I think if we feel the need to change up our look a bit, we have options. And I'll hand Eclipse back 40 gold, Yasnet back 25, and Brightwing back 15.
Cool.
And then I'll
Yay.
I've got one of these, and I'll hold up the big one. I might hang on to this one. But I've got 3 others. And kind of put them on the table, the regulars.
I think I'll take
But
at least one.
Brightwing's gonna shift, so she has her full wings out and tail feather, and she's
Okay.
gonna try to get into the one that fits the best
Okay.
from her shifted form.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pull out like my little like clothing tape measure thing and like just like a piece of chalk and like start making like some notes on it and like where we would need to cut stuff to fit and like
Okay. Miniature fitting, tailoring, and outfit preparation session occurs while Celeste
Think-
is making dinner.
Brightwing would have to be like a poncho situation.
yeah,
Poncho
that's fine.
situation could
Put it
work.
up the side and
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think it's a
Okay.
great idea.
You guys probably finish up a little bit before dinner. Is there anything you want to talk about before then?
Like I said, I'll take one potion, but I mean, do you want me to have it to get to one of you if you go down? I can try to save that a little better for things like that, if that makes more sense.
I
just
do
keeping
not
them spread out amongst
particularly
all of
need
us.
them.
Okay.
If I don't have one anymore, if that was
I
all
don't
right,
either.
take one of the small ones.
Oh yeah, you gave yours to Luna, right?
It's a Brightwing.
It's right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You used one
So-
on me.
When we were in the ravine, yes.
Oh.
It was a little touch and go for a little bit. So,
Yeah. I think that
Well,
was
Even if I am without spells, I will still be able to make sure you guys are stable.
okay.
So I think we should prioritize you all before me.
I could help a bit with that now as well.
Oh.
So should we give Aidwin the last
Yes.
small one? Okay.
I'll press it into your hand and like wrap your fingers around it.
Hmm.
So next point of order, who's attuning to this? And I'm gonna put the big guy on the table.
I thought you were wanting
Well, now that we know it works for everybody,
60
it's
feet.
more of who's got the resources. Because I've got, and I point at Edgeworth. And I've
True.
got this, and I kind of tap on the thing on the back. I mean, he doesn't need attunement, but I don't want to.
I still think, given the fact that Cyrus knows you're the one that died, whether or not that is linked directly to them.
It would just mean that I would need to make sure to stay within 60 feet of whoever was holding it.
But at the same time, it'd be easier if you were the one that was the person we all had to stay within 60 feet of.
Which means, until this is over, we need to be within 60 feet of each other.
I don't know if I like you all enough for that.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm gonna do insight check on that. I got a natural 1.
Oh.
She takes it seriously.
I mean, you could still win, and natural ones are not automatic fails. Well, actually, with
It is.
with phase, deception, and persuasion, probably not. But
I like to think she takes it seriously.
Brightwing just starts crying.
Yeah. More importantly, once we figured that out, I know I'm being very insistent that we do this now. And I'm gonna kind of check with Edwin before I do this.
He'll nod.
I'm gonna look at my mom and make sure she's not entirely listening.
she's not at the moment. You hear sounds of her in the kitchen.
Fantastic. What we're about to do is stupidly fucking dangerous. And I know.
Following these people?
Yes.
Okay.
I know that I'm being pretty selfish asking you guys to come with on this. And before you say you're willing to do it, I want to take this as carefully and seriously as possible. I'm fine with tracking a lead, but this isn't chasing down some little gremlins in a cave for some kids. These are killers who've taken down far more powerful people than us. I think we should trail them. But if it feels like we're getting close, we need to keep our distance. Okay?
I agree.
That being said, if I get ambitious, I need you guys to remind me that that's important. That it's not just getting him back. We all need to come home.
I know Eclipse said this is your father, and that you are the most invested. But I'll remind you of the bigger picture, and of the investment that all of us now have.
I know.
Yasnip. Well, you
I
seem
know.
heated. Brightwing had the child. Adwin is big on vendettas. And as for me, how many people have you met with the opportunity to avenge their own death?
That's why I'm saying I want us to have the chance to actually do it. So, again, I want to rip their spines out as much as you do. I want to stop this shit as soon as possible. We gotta be smart about it.
Well, in vein of being smart, if the mountains are involved, we might want to get something a little bit warmer to wear.
Dumps the bag of coats on the ground.
See? Being
Right.
smart about it. That's good. That's good.
I was up
Brightwing
to oh yes.
More than five,
and
by the way.
Eclipse.
Yes.
With your passive perceptions, you would notice around now that the sounds in the kitchen have stopped.
Fuck.
And if you glance over, you see the edge of Celeste kind of leaned up against the wall, kind of not even really looking around the corner, but just standing there.
Damn it, she always does this. Okay.
I'll look to Eclipse and I'll start to stand up to show like that I'm gonna go help your mother in the kitchen. But before I fully leave, I'll say, the wilds led me to all of you, but specifically to your family, Eclipse, to whatever this is. So you do not just have my investment, but you have the wilds with it.
Thanks.
And I'll go and help distract your mother by helping her in the kitchen.
As you walk over there, and given the interactions that you've had, and her decent, if not better than decent, insight, she kind of gets the sense of what's going on and kind of steps forward as you walk towards her.
Brightwing is our pocket sand.
Fucking mom's having advantage on insights. The worst. Anyways.
She steps forward and stands silently for a second or two, kind of fingers clasped down. You all are going after them, I take it?
We are. But I promise to keep her safe.
Thank you. I hope that is a promise you can actually keep. I know you'll do your best to do so. I actually got something from someone at the Academy, Eclipse. I wanted you to take it. I figured this was coming. She steps back around the corner, gone for like 10, 15 seconds, comes back. And you see in her hand what looks to be an amulet with a silver chain, and on the end of it a silver setting that's holding a small carved ruby that seems to glow softly with like this slowly pulsing reddish light.
That is very pretty.
I acquired it from someone at the Academy. I already must suffer knowing nothing of your father's fate. I cannot suffer the same blindness with you. I know you must leave, but I don't believe I will find any sleep without the comfort of knowing you're safe. Will you wear it?
For you, anything.
She hands it to you. It will let me know that your heart is still beating.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. I put it on. Does it need attunement?
It does.
Okay.
So it doesn't react immediately, but it is I will just tell you because you'll attune to it. It's called a Lifelight amulet.
Lifelight.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Lifelight is one word.
Jesus. Alright, that's... Wow, okay. Well, now I definitely can't attune to the other thing, because I'm at 2 now. Unless you guys want me to keep the space open.
After you take it,
I'm at 2 too.
Oh, fuck, okay.
she kind of steps back again, fingers folded again, kind of glances around at each of you, sort of doing that take in each of you that Rylas is doing, but from a very clearly different mindset. And then looks back to you, Eclipse. Your father is strong, Eclipse. Stronger than most people believe he is. And these... She looks for a second like she's going to use some words that she does not, in your presence at least. Villains who took him. They will not find it easy to break him. But in my heart, I know that they will try. And she kind of takes a step forward. And you see her hackles raise a bit, which is maybe something you haven't seen in over a decade. Probably since like you and Luna were doing something just right out. And she was putting you in your place.
I got some passive PTSD, but go ahead, Matt.
You see her hackles raise a bit and her voice lowers to a soft growl. She says, in my heart, I feel that they will try. And then, almost in a growl, break them first.
That's a solid promise. Luna might be a little bit busier lately.
She's been non-stop busy, so I don't imagine. Well, I got one of these for her too. She points at the thing on your hanging on your neck.
The guards are also supposed to help out a little more too. So if you notice people you haven't seen before.
I imagine that will be somewhat common over the next weeks. Dinner is ready.
I'll kind of help clear the table a little bit of our nonsense that we've been doing.
Okay.
Well, one more nice meal before we head out.
Probably head out in the morning, yeah?
I guess that's fair. Alright.
Okay. You guys enjoy what is, once again, a delicious, warm, comfort foodie meal. Potentially one of the last ones you'll have for days or more. Yes, Brightwing.
I say after dinner, Brightwing asked permission from Eclipse's mom, which I think she would say yes. Brightwing wants to prepare like ready to go meals for her mom and for Luna to take with her to like lunches so she could eat on the go. So like as many stuff that she could.
Okay.
So they wouldn't have to worry about that.
Okay. You, with your passive insight, are very much in tune with the fact she seems to be growing a very quiet trust and care for you. And that your presence, as that comfort grows, is helping to ease her stress. And like she opens up to a little bit more like general conversation, learns a bit about you and talks about the family and things like that.
Does she tell any embarrassing childhood stories, Matt?
I have assumed that most of the nights you guys have been here, there has been or at least before this all went down, there's been a few embarrassing stories told, yes. With Brightwing, it's probably more the cute stories.
Celeste, how did you get the paint out of their hair?
Oh, you're talking about Luna. That I scrubbed for, I would say, a solid 2 hours, and
Oh no.
most of it was gone. The rest was deep enough that it just had to grow out, and that was about a month. And they learned their lesson, or at least I think that Luna did.
She hasn't tried it since then, so like.
No. Half of the top of her head was white fur, so don't imagine she wants that to happen again.
And when exactly was the last time that Luna cursed in front of you?
Does it count if she gets half the word out?
No. Full commitment.
Then it's been a while. She's learned well enough to stop halfway through, but I've heard the first part of quite a few. Quite often. Thank you all. By the way, I know that I imagine that you have your own reasons, but that doesn't change the fact that at the core you're going after my husband and my daughter's father. And I'm grateful.
We're an odd collection of stranger things, but we work well together.
Anything else that anybody wants to do tonight?
Above game. Who's taking the damn orb? Okay, good.
Okay, Faye is attuning to the orb. That can happen
We have
tonight.
to have that done. It has to be good now.
Yep.
That was
In fact, that can happen during dinner if you guys
Yeah.
decide before dinner.
Yeah.
How big? Do we have to sleep in the same room now?
60
Within
60
60
feet is
feet.
a lot.
That's
Like,
sad.
In
I'm
a
just
house,
wondering.
it's a good
Her
amount.
house is not 60 feet.
Okay.
60
A
feet is
few
usually
few
at least the
rooms
house.
worth.
yeah.
Okay.
It's far enough away that we could dig a latrine, like, and still be within range.
Yeah, like I can't. It's gonna be at least a campsite's worth of distance. Like we're not gonna. It's not gonna be a problem. It's just one, who's more capable of making sure that doesn't get pickpocketed off of us, and two,
Yeah.
who's got enough space to attune to that? Because like,
That fills me up for right now.
Also, if two people get mad at each other, they can be 120 feet apart as long as Faye's not one of them. So that's a big win.
One of them are not great.
so I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yaznip has one thing overnight.
Okay.
I'm gonna knock on Faye's door.
Okay.
At what time?
11:33.
Okay.
God damn.
Come in. I'm like sewing a poncho together.
Is there anybody else in her room? I can't remember the sleeping arrangements.
We hadn't been here for a while.
There is a couple to each room.
You stayed at the Sheath.
I think Brightwing and I had doubled up, and then yeah.
That
we
seems correct.
That makes sense.
Oh yeah, probably I've been there.
She's,
But-
she's like standing like this, and I'm like, underneath
Oh, that
her.
makes
Yep.
That makes sense.
Amazing.
I had 2 requests.
Of me.
Yes.
Okay.
I know somebody that needs some help. And I thought that you'd be a good person to be able to assist because of you're good at talking your way through things. Better than I am. I was wondering if you'd be willing to assist with that.
Do I get more details than that before I agree, or is that it?
I will point towards the wall and silent image the wanted poster.
Oh.
Okay.
The pin.
Do you have the copy in front of you?
I can get it in mere seconds.
I can as well. I already have it. You see,
Little pins hitting the floor.
Did I get a picture of the
Where
one?
the pins
I
drop.
want to see it.
you see a what looks like a straight up wanted poster. parchment, you see a picture, a drawing of a Verdun that has the name Nas Peaches below it, and another picture of a heavy-set woman who looks half-elven or elven with bright red hair and freckles, and you see the name Delona Venfine below that. And it says, wanted for questioning in connection with a crashed skyship and missing cargo. Report information and or whereabouts to Khaing authorities or to officials under any branch of the Trivanian Accord. 25 gold piece reward for valuable reports.
Is it your friend Delona? Who's the other one?
And I am going to turn around and start backwards.
Shit. Like, throw the thing back at Brightwing
And change into my Verdun form.
and I drop you.
Okay.
And I'm on the ground. It's me.
Surprise!
Oh.
You knew.
Okay. Yes.
You're green.
Right. You want to know what it would be like to be trusted by me?
I'm gonna pull out the bag of holding and pull out the cask of Olay wine.
Yep.
And sip some of it. And I don't offer any to anyone else. I just sit there with the cask and the cup. Oh, I have a cup.
I think mine's empty. I don't think I can talk myself out of this one.
What do you need?
A convincing story.
Stories I can do.
And I might finally get up off the fucking floor.
Mhm.
But it gets a little bit more complicated than that.
I realize how much shorter you are than me.
Mm.
And I will also shape change into my true form.
Okay.
You might be able to turn people into something else, but I'm better.
Can you do this to others?
Well, just for me.
He's very good at it.
I can see that. We need to fix your clothes.
Please.
I've got an idea. I'm gonna pick up 2 coats. And let's start laying them out. And cutting the linings out and kind of like going through the motions of like sewing them back to back. And I'll stay up probably into the night. Asking questions about what the like brainstorming an idea of how we could come up with a conversation. And trying to wrap my head around this while I need something to do with my hands. So I'm going to work on a believable, passable, double-sided coat
Like a reversible jacket?
A reversible coat, where one side is very nice, and I may take your tan coat for something, and I'll put the other side as something a bit more worn, and the nicer side will have like some embellishments on it and like nice toggles, and the other side will have maybe a ripped sleeve in the corner with like something poking through and not terribly clean. Put it on. You were on the ship. You have a ring from the ship. Was your intention to take the ring?
No.
You were genuinely working on the ship.
I was a crewman on the Clouded Dawn. Under Captain Gawain.
Do we kill you? Do we maim you? Do we give you an amoeba?
Why would we do that?
Not really, just who he was at the time. He can be anyone.
That's why he's Yesnip.
Do you have any reason to be the green person again?
I feel that identity has gone. I grew up that way. But with my kind, it's something you get to choose.
The options are limitless.
The limit does not exist.
Okay. I need to sleep. You need to sleep. We're leaving in the morning. Who knows?
Look at Brightwing. And also Eclipse.
Are you gonna tell him?
I want to tell him. But I also like watching him squirm. It's a bit fun.
I feel like this is not your only secret. So I feel like if you give him the cookie, he will ignore.
The cookie, he's gonna ask for the damn jar. Like, let's be real.
If
I'm
you
not
give
here.
a mouse a pancake.
But I'm just the guy. Sean has assumed the fetal position.
I mean, I like cookies as much as the next guy, so.
You want another secret?
Sure, well, let's just pour another glass. Yeah, here, yeah. More secrets. This is great.
True.
What could go wrong?
Damn.
The diamond in your earring is the diamond from your necklace from your mother.
What?
Then what did Brightwing use?
Something else from the ship.
Ooh, so sneaky.
Thank you.
This could come in handy. Okay. Have you ever considered joining the theater?
You teach me to beat the drum more.
I could do that. I could do that. That sounds like an even trade.
Then when we go to Leah, no, Amara, you and your nephew and everyone, we could go see you.
Well, we know that you want to go with her nephew.
No, her nephew wants to go with everyone. That's what he said.
He wants to go with
He wants
you.
to go with you.
What?
You are charming, Brightwing. I don't think you realize it.
Thank you. She does not understand.
Nope.
I'm not gonna.
You just see
From
the
your
most
insight-
no thoughts behind those eyes look from Brightwing right now.
So
When you have
How-
all the insight in the world, but you can't tell
Yep.
Brightwing,
Yeah.
of it.
do
Yeah,
people
yeah.
in your village get married?
yes.
Is there some sort of ritual or tradition that happens prior to that?
Like when one wants to court someone?
Yes.
Oh. You present them with a carved necklace.
Great. In our society, we do social things in public together until we decide whether or not we like each other. That's our version.
Like what her nephew is trying to do with you.
Take it or leave it. Was that what I look like?
Red face.
Just now?
Uh-huh.
Look like?
I don't know. I was on the floor. I was a bit stunned.
Yeah, I deserve that.
I caught you.
I was there. Thank you. I didn't turn into another fucking person midway down.
Because you can't.
I like how they both just moved on when Brightwing's
Yep.
just like,
Brightwing's just still shell-shocked over here.
I think you're mistaken. No one has ever shown interest in that way.
It's not all it's cracked up to be.
My parents are happy.
Mine too.
Shit, I haven't called my mom. Do I tell her I died?
You might want to save that for in person.
Yeah.
This is good wine.
Yeah, she did a good job. You should tell him.
I have a plan.
Can I watch?
Of course.
I would express, yes, Nip, I have been very, very good about trying to keep this secret, and I haven't said anything, but I know I probably gave things away with facial expressions because I'm not good like you are. So if 3 people know and it's just Edwin, I don't know how well this is gonna go for me. I'm just not very good at it.
I
But
think my plan might have just changed.
I don't like how you said
What do you
that.
have in mind?
Well, I've never had somebody else tell someone.
I don't want to tell your secret. No, it's your secret. I made promise I would not tell.
I'll do it.
On my terms.
Sure. I just want a front row seat of his face.
Well, I have to be there.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Also, I really like the idea of something being in his hair. You could help with me with that as well.
I got him a hat. I forgot to give it to him.
I guess will you help me?
Yes.
Thank you. Back into Yasna. Take my leave.
Turn to Brightwing. What the fuck?
I'm so sorry that I kept that from you.
No, it's okay. I dropped him. I feel like a jerk.
That is alright.
I've been asking him all this time to trust me, and he gave me one opportunity, and I dropped him.
I think you were a surprise.
It takes a lot to surprise me, Brightwing. I've seen a
Yeah.
lot.
You looked pretty surprised. Trust me, it was quite the surprise for me. I had been traveling with him for about a month and a half before, and it was sort of an accident, I found out. It took me a day or two to kind of trust him again, but it was a misplaced mistrust. And he explained.
Well,
He does it for the protection of himself and his family.
I understand. Look at the pieces of my disguise get scattered on the floor and just feel so inferior.
I don't think you'll have to worry about disguising him.
No, I feel he's got that covered. Let's get some sleep.
Okay. Anyone else have anything else?
For the record, I'm sleeping on the couch.
Okay.
But I think it's funny because did you like flip him? Did he hit the ground? Like when that whole thing was happening?
It
Like-
was a trust fall that missed.
Okay.
I'd like to think there was like a catch, but then when the transition happened, it was just eh.
Okay.
Yeah, so there was like a butt thud.
Okay. I like to think the second that happened, there's a panic. Like, I'd probably run up there, and as soon as I hear anything, I'd probably just stop and then, like, go back downstairs, because it sounds like everything's fine. Otherwise, it would have been a lot more serious, but it's kind of like... And I think for the rest of the evening, as long as my mom is up, I'm going to be spending time with her, kind of going over everything, making sure everything looks fine, letting her know that the papers, like the scrolls are up to date. I'll try to get in touch with her when it's able, things like that. But yeah. Trying to think what else there'd be. Oh, I also leave the shield I left with and the chainmail here. I'm just leaving that shit here. So, I'll probably put it in my room.
Okay.
So, should I delete it? I guess. It's not getting sold or anything from my inventory. It's just not going to be in my inventory anymore.
I mean, you can leave it here if you want. So yeah, you would just
Okay.
remove it. Or you can, but maybe make a note somewhere that, in case you wanted to pick it up again.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing.
Okay.
I think as the night sort of progresses, everybody kind of chills out. Aidwin's going to sort of take a moment and step outside of the sheath where he's staying. And just kind of take a bit of a walk outside.
Okay. This is pretty late?
Pretty late, yeah.
Okay. You spend maybe a minute or two walking before you pass an alley, and as you do, you see out of the corner of your eye, and the only reason you see it is because it goes from in darkness in the shadow of the alley to in moonlight. A figure looks to be drow. White hair that's kind of long and slicked back in the middle, shaved sides. Man. Eyes you.
I make it apparent that I acknowledge him,
Mm-hmm.
and I continue walking until I reach the edge of the city.
Okay. He makes it apparent that he is following you.
Okay. Once we get there, I stop with my back turned. And it's at that point that I draw my sword. Before we begin, I have one question for you.
I'll allow one.
Why?
We'll leave the conversation there. And in the morning, Sean,
Who would be the first to wake?
Brightwing
Probably
does a
Brightwing.
morning prayer. Yeah.
yep.
If you were to look out your window towards the edge of the city, probably the northern exit towards Ilmara, you would see a distant silhouette of a blade that has been stuck into the ground with what appears to be a shield propped up next to it.
And as you all wake up, no Eadwyn in the home. And after checking, no Eadwyn in the sheath. And that's where we'll leave this episode.
The frick? What?
Before that, favorite moments? Or you could just hound Sean for answers if you
I
prefer.
like Yasnib telling his secret.
I did too.
Hmm.
Very fun. His multiple secrets.
Supposed to be out to the secret.
What the fuck, Sean?
What the fuck, bro?
Leaving!
We gotta go, man.
He's just gonna head start. Bruh, like, gotta wake up to no Seraph, go wake up to no Edwin. That's your fucking swear God. Like, we're just gonna.
No. Yeah.
I
Don't
got no
worry.
sister to tell me where the fuck you're going, dumbass!
That's right. You don't have a Redelia.
Bitch!
Oh man.
Still call me out. I like saying surprise. I didn't think that would be that funny.
That
but-
was very
Yeah, that was pretty great.
Cute. I liked the visage of Faye letting her hair process in the back room of an apothecary.
That's really funny.
Mm.
With this hairy gnome
Yeah.
or this hairy dwarf lady just telling her story. My daughter just has the best apple pie. Like just and just being
Well,
like,
like,
"Oh, really?
You
How
said I
fantastic."
need a
And, like,
sink,
the-
and I
the-
was
the
like,
facade
why
of
do you
her
need a
different
sink?
crack.
Mhm.
What
Yep,
specifically do you need a sink for? And hair processing was not one of the things that I thought of. But now it makes a lot of sense.
I thought that there were some great conversations.
Yeah.
That kind of made me feel like there was a little bit of, yeah, that is a strange noise, Leah.
Sorry.
There was like a settling into not just some people that are traveling together and into more of like, these are my people now. That was pretty cool, I thought.
I think like, and it was different groups because like
Mhm.
some others had similar conversations that were like building up to that, and everyone kind of switched a little bit and had some other building conversations. So that's been kind of nice that we've all kind of had those one-on-one as well as in a group where we're kind of establishing our allegiance, so to say, and finding more reasons to stay together than reasons to split up.
Hmm.
Cough, cough.
Except somebody!
What the hell just happened?
It's fine.
I enjoy. Well, obviously, I don't know what Sean's up to, but
Yeah.
I like the idea of the checks and balances kind of dichotomy that Eowyn and Eclipse currently established. Like that's really cool, and I like that because I feel like it fits, and especially from Eclipse's standpoint, the fact of taking this route of being able to unleash this inner ferocity and asking somebody to help her keep that in check, I think
Yeah.
is bounds ahead of what I would expect from other people that would be doing something with Barbarian. So I really like the spin on it. I really like the adaptation for it, and I like the commitments from Eowyn also being like, "Hey, I'll be there for you," kind of thing.
And then he takes off.
And then what the fuck ever happened after that? But
Yeah, I will say specifically, I feel like Eclipse has blossomed since
Hell
taking
yeah.
this barbarian.
I am living.
It
for
is
Eclipse.
so good.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah. I really can't wait to see how this arc plays out with her.
And
because
it
it's pretty sick.
makes sense too, because even though this wasn't a planned thing, this is just
Mhm.
something you chose to do based off story wise. It always felt like you were holding back
Yeah.
Mhm.
in that sense, so it makes
It's
sense
so
narratively wise that you're like, well, now I'm not gonna do it. Just
Mhm.
gonna let it out, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And I also
Alright.
say another favorite moment
yeah,
is just the growing relationship that Brightwing had with Eclipse's mother through this.
Hmm.
Which I think is a characteristic that Brightwing has very genuinely, which is just comfort and connection with people in
Mhm.
a different way than what Yasnip and Faye does, which is very like, I don't know how to say it. It's more confident, charismatic,
Yeah.
confident in how they present themselves. But Brightwing is a very more timid and listen, hi, person,
Or vulnerable.
vulnerable person.
Mhm.
So it's cool to see that. Just want to say goodbye to everyone.
Mm.
Healthy. The void.
Well,
Show me them beans.
show beans.
Give me the beans!
There's
Mm.
void.
No beans for you.
No,
He's hoarding
No
them.
beans for you, mother.
Humor.
Okay, we will. Unless anyone else has any others?
The Aidwin Eclipse talk was great. Yes.
Mhm.
Mhm.
It
Yes,
was.
that was a phenomenal time. Phenomenal time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Say bye.
Okay. We'll wrap it up there. And see you all for session 40 next time. Adios.
Bye-bye.